they glowed. The secret falls, wanted to run so far away. Oh, but instead you fought the rain in a leopard way. But she held it all inside, pulled them out and swallowed them all.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to Nightcap for July 16th, 2024. I'm your host, Sean. How's it going, everybody? Hope everybody had a fun weekend. So, yeah, I was at the beach all weekend. Actually, all last week, from Wednesday to Monday. I was down at the beach, hanging out with the fam. We do like a yearly family vacation where it's kind of my brothers, you know, all my sister-in-laws, the kids. It's a nightmare of fun. You know what I mean? It was a nightmare of fun. So as I went live, I just noticed. So apparently X will not let me live stream for some reason. So this is not going to be on X. We're on Rumble and we're on Odyssey tonight. So if you want to watch it, that's where you got to go. I guess, I don't know if they raise the criteria for what is required to live stream on X. Maybe they want me to pay more money. Well, I'm not doing that. And if I can't live stream there, I'm just going to, because I have like the $8 a month thing, you know? You know what I mean? I just wanted to try it out to see if it would help at all. And it never really has. So this would be a good time to just to get rid of it. Just get rid of it and become a normal X user again. But anyways, moving on. So yeah, so when the news broke, we were actually all hanging out, smoking cigars around a fire, or around a fire pit rather. We didn't have a fire because it was 100 fucking degrees out. So we're all just sweating our asses off so we can enjoy a cigar while drinking some fine bourbon. And man, the energy in my family was fucking crazy. We were buzzing. We were fucking buzzing, dude. I mean, just because we were just watching it all as it was unfolding. We're all sitting there, you know, very modern, very 2024. Everybody pulls out their phone. Somebody called my brother's wife's mother. She was there. And somebody called her and was like, hey, the president just got shot. And we're like, what the fuck? Because we all thought it was a joke. Everyone thought it was a joke. We're like, no way. No way. That's some fucking crazy X thing. That shit just spreads like wildfire. And then 20 minutes later, you find out it's all bullshit. But not this time. Not this time. And oh my God, dude. Almost in real time, we saw that photo. The epic photo. The one I used for the thumbnail. I mean, I doctored it a little bit, of course, to kind of preview what we'll be discussing tonight. But it was like surreal. It was surreal. Like you felt like an adrenaline rush. Like, let's fucking go. They like really pushed it this fucking far. It's fucking crazy. And it wasn't shocking that it happened. That's maybe the most surprising thing, right? Nobody was really shocked. Nobody sat there in disbelief. It was fucking wild. All right, let's see what we got here in the chat. Apologies for ignoring you guys. Cato says, let me see here. Can't believe I'm seeing an intro to live show. Brissinger says the same thing. Well, it's good. I'm glad to have you here, boys. It's nice to see you guys in the chat. Cato says, where are all the lawsuits for those who say it was fake, like Alex Jones? Ooh, they could be. They'll probably be. You know what, Cato? It might happen. True or not, it might happen. Brissinger said Trump had fireworks go off his ear. It was a cover-up for the rooftop psyop. No, I don't believe that at all. Dude, these people are fucking insane. I mean, I'm not going to suggest that there's not like some skullduggery going around with the Secret Service, local police, and whoever else. It's a very odd thing, and it's still developing. Like, information is still coming out. I believe today there was talk of a van. Apparently, he fucking like walked a mile with an AR-15 and a ladder. He bought bullets, I think at a Home Depot, if I'm not mistaken. Guess you can buy bullets at Home Depot in Pennsylvania, but I don't know. But anyways, let's see what else we got here. Tremling says, you saved me from watching a nostalgia Coomer Street Fighter 2 documentary. I'll end up watching it later, though. You know what? Now that you've mentioned it, I probably will look it up and watch it myself. Brissinger says, X is a psyop. Is X a psyop? I mean, it's definitely a method of social control. It definitely corrals people and instigates and accelerates. It's probably not, at the end of the day, a very healthy thing. Social media, but that's true of social media in general. It really brings out the worst in people. It brings out the worst in me sometimes. Not going to lie. It's just because it feels so abstract and you get all fucking pissy and you're irritated and everybody on there is a crazy asshole, so you start acting like a crazy asshole. It's a very unhealthy place. Cato says, I was spot rewatching a documentary on Eulalia. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what the fuck that is, Cato. Brissinger says, I was driving in my car, buy a pair of shoes, funnily enough. That's funny. Felt like 9/11. Well, it did. It had that kind of weight, that kind of gravity where you feel like something has fundamentally changed. There's something that has fundamentally changed about this country. Like, we will never be what we were before. And that's, all the memes and jokes aside, no matter how it happened, it's heartbreaking. This is a real serious inflection point for us as a country. And I think there's just too many crazy people out there because it's either going to sink us into further violence and crazy shit. And I don't like that shit because I have kids. I have a family. I'm not trying to go out there and accelerate things or whatever. I think honestly, that kind of shit is fairly useless. Like, it never actually solves anything. It never fixes anything. You never get what you want out of it either, which I think some of these people are maybe experiencing right now. Cato says, I was seriously at a gun show around the time it happened, but I didn't learn about it until later. Which, isn't that wild, Cato? Isn't that wild that you didn't learn about it until later? I was watching somebody, I don't know, maybe it was a Tim Pool. Yeah, he's like a degenerate gambler, I guess. That's a joke. But he was at a casino, and he was, when it happened, only him, and then he saw some other guy that was a politician that was also in Milwaukee to go to the RNC. And his phone started blowing up, but none of the TVs were showing anything. And even, as you saw the reports coming out, Trump shuffled off stage after a loud noise, etc. Suddenly we're going to be responsible. Suddenly we're not going to speculate right there on the spot. You know what I mean? Prophet says, for the rest of my life, I will look back and remember that I learned about Trump shooting from Big Paul sending memes. Honestly, if we hadn't gotten that phone call while we were all sitting together, that's probably how I would have found out too. I mean, I was at the fucking beach, dude. We weren't watching news. We weren't hanging out on our phones. We were actually trying to be like a real family and just enjoy each other's company. And, the world decided otherwise. But it gave us a lot of things to talk about all weekend. Like, everybody kept bringing up how badass Trump getting up and yelling, fight, 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 with blood running down his face. But, we'll just start the show with that, actually. We're going to start the show with that, and we'll just talk while we're watching it. Let's start the show with the full video of the assassination attempt, and then we'll get into some other stuff that we're going to get into tonight. Cato says the quota hired head of the Secret Service tried to make the case that the roof he was on was sloped so they couldn't have anyone there. I think even the liberals are cringing over that one. Yeah, exactly. It was complete horseshit. And then there is a guy. There was literally a sniper on a sloped a roof with more of a slope behind Trump there. So it's just a weird thing. From what I understand, from what I heard earlier today, or maybe even just like an hour ago, the local police were supposed to cover that one. Like the Secret Service, they're just like, oh yeah, hey, local yokels. Yeah, you take care of that building. Yeah, you guys got it, right? And apparently whoever was supposed to go up there, that was their post, just didn't show up. So who knows? Who knows? I got some videos kind of talking about that stuff too. Brissinger says, yep, it's just weird. Doesn't make sense. People were killed because of dumbass election. I agree, dude. I agree. It's tragic. It's awful. Brissinger says, what pisses me off, I found out because Scott Adams was doing an extra live stream. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did. Tom says, I was at a concert, saw a Doctor's Irish band. Oh, cool. Brissinger says he does one a day, but Saturday he was doing an extra one in the afternoon. And then you know something's amiss. Or you can get Scott Adams to drink a cup of coffee that late in the afternoon. Trelling says, I just found out through Instagram posts by people, and shortly after I heard about the details as they came out on the Medicare stream. Yeah, that's right. I haven't actually got to watch the Medicare stream. That's the second time Medicare's done like a stream that I wanted to watch when I was like with my family. It's tough to do that with the fam, you know? It's tough to be like, hey guys, I got to go watch a Mr. Medicare stream. Do you want to watch it too? Bruce Singer says, well, it's bona fide made in America BS. Everything is, baby. Everything. All right. Well, let's see what we got here. Let's just watch the thing. Watch the thing. I know we've all seen it 1,000 times, okay? But you've never watched it with me. What a gift. Props is starting to think it's time to sell figures and buy ammunition. You're not wrong, buddy. I'm definitely going to be looking into some things myself. Oh, what the hell? I don't even have it. I was not ready. I'm over here gabbing away. Not ready. Hold on.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Now, it's such a weird thing. It's so weird. Because it seems like, right? Like, I understand. I totally understand how people are like, well, it just kind of looks fake. Because it does. But that's kind of when you see these things in real life, they oftentimes kind of do, because we're so acclimated to the way movies present things. You know? Movies, video games. We expect everything to be so explosive and dramatic. And it's like, no, it's really not. It just kind of happens. Kato says, yeah, Dan, time to let your figures go. Oh, don't ever say that, Kato. Come on. Wait, what do you mean, Dan? You mean the NECA King? And I don't know who that guy is, but Hagrid says, fucking chat won't work on my crap top. Hi, kids. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I apologize, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying, I think sometime in the future we're just going to take a stab at bringing Nightcap back to YouTube and just say, fuck it. Just say fuck it. If they delete the channel again, fuck it. Brissinger says, so weird how Trump is mocking something as this happened. Never saw the real footage until now. Well, he's actually, what he did, we're going to get into it, but what happened is he was looking at like a Jumbotron that had the rates of like illegal immigration and how it was affecting, it's affecting everything, how crazy it fucking is. And, and he turned his head, which ends up being the thing that saves his life. Looking over at the Jumbotron. Brissinger says YouTube doesn't care anymore, I think. They do. But I think they may have become lax enough where I could probably do stuff. Because, dude, I used to get nailed for like showing news clips.
They see something that said, take a look at what happened.
I mean, there's chaos everywhere, but nobody knows what to do. Because just like when you're at home, you hear these noises and you're like, oh, what the fuck was that? Right? Like your mind is not immediately going to go to that. Kato says there's a great scene in the movie Slacker. The TV guy who says he saw a stabbing IRL and it wasn't as good on TV. Exactly. I gotta say, though, a very neutered response. Like, even just casually observing. You would imagine there would be a lot more scrambling. You know what I mean? Like, remember years ago when that guy tried to run up on stage and like tackle Trump or stab him or something. That crazy dude. Was this back in like this during the 2016 campaign? I can't even remember, dude. And yeah, they were right there. They were right fucking there. Prof says, I know this wasn't a deep state op because the deep state wants Trump to win. Another 4 years of hatred and chaos is big money for those people. So what happened here? I'm still thinking about it. Does the deep state want Trump to win? I don't know. I have two minds about it. I mean, it depends, I guess, what their end goal is. And if they're looking for like to shift the country in a fundamental way, you're right. Like, exacerbating violence and discontent is certainly a way to do that. Just constantly creating instability. Just constantly. Because we don't have mental asylums anymore and we can't hit people with rubber hoses. If only we could bring back the rubber hoses. Let me see here. Trembling says, violence is never as cool on TV or in movies. It's just quick and ugly and usually sloppy. Yeah. Like, think back to watching the Kyle Rittenhouse videos, right? It's like that. You don't even know what the fuck happened. It just doesn't look like it does in the movies. Kato is right. Brissinger says, definitely Prophet. Deep wants him to win, but an attempt at assassin only works this far out. What are the chances one of the bullets severed a hydraulic line in a forklift? It was near the election. It would cause an insurrection for real this time. I mean, if they killed him, dude, that would have, I don't know what would have happened. I honestly, and not just here domestically. We got a lot of superpowers in the world just sniffing at our door right now because of how fucking weak we are on the world stage. You have fucking President Applesauce brains, can't even put a sentence together. And now they're just fucking shooting that dude up with adrenochrome and sending him on after interview after interview, speech after speech, and he cannot do it. Prophet says, fuck the rubber hoses. We need fire hoses. Well, maybe so. Trump's down there being like, where's my fucking shoes? They're very nice shoes. I really need to find my shoes, guys. Dude, I like Trump, man. And like people, I like him more now than I ever have before. He's like, let me go. Let me go. And maybe I am falling for a psyop. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with falling for the psyop. I want to believe. A brother wants to believe. You know what I mean? Brissinger says, you have a stronger force take power. He'll get free missiles. I don't know what that means. He's a funny guy. I believe. I agree with that, Brissinger. Prophet says, last night I had a dream that I was managing a convenience store owned by Nick Rochefort and Charles Carroll. Honestly, I wish I had never woken up. Dude, he yelled, fight. He just survived by a millimeter. Survived by a fucking millimeter, doesn't know what's going on, gets up, and is there leading his people. That's a fucking leader. I hate to tell you, well, however you feel about him, and at least some people at least admit this. Even Chunk Yogurt admits it. He's like, dude, that was fucking powerful. It's a powerful moment. And the picture, holy shit, that picture, dude. My God. That thing is going to be living on long after we are dead. That's going to be somewhere in a history book. And I got to say, like, what are these women doing here? I know it's been remarked upon 1,000 goddamn times, but it bears repeating. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? We're so concerned with, like, making sure everything is fair and equitable that you're going to have fucking 5'4" Secret Service agents that weigh 175 pounds because they're fucking fat. the fuck? This is like if you hired me. I'm not 5'4". I'm 5'8.5". Thank you very much. But I shouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't pass muster to guard the fucking president. Cato says, yeah, that photo, right about it being historical, didn't really sink in until now. Prophet says he really took that moment and made it into pure iconography. You're right. The flag and fist pick will go down in history. Dude, and not only that, the flag is twisted upside down, which means extreme danger. Whether it's for a person or like a region. It's fucking crazy. Like, it's too perfect. I was just like, the whole weekend, I'm like, how is this real? How is that picture real? This is fucking deep. Is this the AI picture? Bruce Singer says, but honestly, the way he fired the gun, he was a weak-wristed soy boy guy. It's kind of obvious. If there was any fairness, the liberals will try to suppress it, says Cato. Oh, yeah, 100%. They'll try to suppress it. They all were nice for like a day and a half before they started getting crazy again and started talking shit. Started blaming Trump. Started blaming gun ownership. Yeah, where's Melissa McCarthy? There she is. There she is. She's not going to be able to get her gun back in her holster. Like, what is she doing there? Like, Trump is like 2 feet taller than this person. Oh, my God. I like that she gives up. Like, she tries, misses, gives up. I'm just going to hold it. Well, that's about that. So this is a little video breakdown that I saw somebody made showing the trajectory of the bullet and how close it actually came. And, a lot of people caught photographs in the background. You can actually see the bullet breaking through like the moisture in the air. It's pretty wild stuff. Let's see here.
Take a look what happened. Take a look what...
Well, we don't need sound. But check that out, dude. Like, so he shifts his head just a little bit. Dude, that's fucking nuts. That's nuts, dude. Holy shit. That really puts things into perspective, doesn't it, boys? Sometimes you just got to go look at the old illegal immigrant jumbotron to save your life. It's almost like a metaphor. It's fucking crazy, dude. What a crazy week. What a crazy fucking week. Okay, so what are we going to do now? Well, first, I think, who we got to check in with? We got to check in with our guys on the ground, our news correspondents. We got to check in with Dave Hodges. We got to check in with David Pakman. And then we're going to check out some RNC stuff, some Destiny stuff, probably close the show with some Destiny stuff. Prob says, listening to Vosh and Pakman the last few days have been totally enraging. I still think I'm a pussy for not just breaking into Vosh's home and choking him to death on live stream as donos roll in. Brissinger says, Vosh is a dumb fat ass. I agree. I agree with both of you. Cato says, yeah, everything about this, if it was in a movie, I would call it far-fetched. Exactly. But that's the thing. Like, it's... And that's, to me, my brain immediately goes to, like, hold on a second. Like, why? This is so perfect, but... It happened. It fucking happened. Sometimes life is kind of crazy. So Dave Hodges is kind of, I would say, dare I say, Brissinger, he's definitely talking PSYOP. He's talking inside job stuff. And, honestly, it would not shock me. It's kind of like just hearing about Trump getting shot in general. like somebody tried to take a shot at him. Didn't shock me. Wasn't surprised by it. I was kind of floored in a sense because you're just not expecting it. But then once it settled in, after about 30 seconds, you're like, yeah, it doesn't really surprise me that somebody tried to do this. So here's our boy Dave Hodges. Oh, we got to see what Dave's got to say. I'm so curious. This is the latest video. This one is called, let me get the title for you guys. The next attempt to take out Trump will look like this. So he's predicting, he's forecasting right now. Dave is like a pig in shit. Like he's been struggling over on Rumble. Hey, so aren't we all? It's kind of a shit site. Fix your shit, Rumble. But he's getting a lot of play the last few days.
Hello, America. Dave Hodges here, host of the Common Sense
Ooh, sorry.
Show. We are the show that is freeing America one enslaved mind at a time. Thank you so much for joining us. And we ask you to amplify our efforts by sharing far and wide. We've had a lot of watershed events here recently, one in particular, and we need to take advantage of that here and educate the public about the need to become involved. And this is really a good analogy. It's the bottom of the ninth inning, and there's 2 outs and 2 strikes. We're out of time. It's do or die. It's now or never. And
I hate this site so much, dude. I'm just trying to turn up the fucking volume. Thank you.
Not an exaggeration. If we allow these people to stay in charge after November, it's over, people. And a lot of you who are listening to my voice right now will not be around a year from now.
What's that? Come again? Come again? A lot of people listening right now will not be here a year from now. Now, this is a bold prediction. And if it pays off, we're talking dollar signs. We're talking big dollar signs for Dave Hodges, which is good. I got to get him out of this. He's on the run, as you guys all know. That's why he has these fake backgrounds now. He's on the run from the government. He knows too much. That Hawaii thing, I'm just saying.
About the need to become involved. And this is really a good analogy. It's the bottom of the ninth inning, and there's 2 outs and 2 strikes. We're out of time. It's do or die. It's now or never. And that's not an exaggeration. If we allow these people to stay in charge after November, it's over, people. And a lot of you who are listening to my voice right now.
Oh, okay. So he's just trying to get us activated. He's trying to get us he's trumped up. You know what I mean? He wants us to make sure it's like, yeah, you like Trump, but you got to go to the ballot box. You got to fucking cast a vote this 2024 election season. Even if you don't want to, you got to.
Will not be around a year from now. In this particular segment, we're going to be talking about the 7 steps to fundamentally transform America, to borrow a phrase from the Great Canyon. And we're going to tell you where we're at as we lay each one out. And I think it's helpful to know.
Pro says, did you see the RNC with Uber Hasid singing in JD Vance? Holy shit, dude, they totally run the American government, dude, I promise. Well, I did see that video. It is not from the RNC, but it is fucking weird. Of course it is. I mean, this is the thing with this. All of these dudes are connected to that stuff. Whether you like them or not, they all are. And that's just... I don't know if there's even a way around it at this point. I don't think that's ever going away, honestly. I'm not saying I think that's a good thing. I'm just saying, we got to, at some point, it's like, well, we have to kind of figure out a different approach or strategy to dealing with this kind of shit. Because what's been happening doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like, I don't know. It's such a hard thing to talk about because there's so many fucking spurgs online that completely derail this shit. And you can't even talk about it. You can't even fucking talk about it.
Oh, in the old days, when I was a college basketball coach, we spent an inordinate amount of time scouting our opponent. We'd know their tendencies, who could do what. You'd devise strategies based on that. And sometimes it's important to go through and understand your enemy and how they got to where they are so you can defeat them. And that's...
I'm just waiting for the ad read at this point. Maybe was this going to be San's ad read? Uh-oh. Are things getting that bad, Dave? Oh no. Brissinger says, "What do you all think about JD?" From what I know about him over the past few years, like I've liked the way his behavior and his attitude, but I don't really know a ton about him outside of like Hillbilly Elegy. I saw that movie a couple years ago. That's about the extent that I know about him. I'll be honest, I don't know a ton about him. Brissinger says, "Yeah, who cares? It's all baked in." Prophet says, "There's a way around it. Just takes a ton of fucking gas." Are you sure? Are you sure that's true, bro? Huh? Brissinger says, "Get out the clipper." Kato says, "Didn't they have some Sikh?" What's her name? She's like a hard right winger. Oh, her name's escaping me. But yeah, she did. She gave a speech. That woman did give a speech. I can't remember her name. Amit something or other. Prophet says, "Now we know why they made us convert to electric stoves. If we were all using gas, it would be over for these people." Kato says, "At least it wasn't Eye Patch McCain." Oh, thank God. I don't think Trump. I don't even think that dude was even in the running. I think it came down to JD Vance, Kristi Noem, thank God she fucked that up, because who the fuck wants Kristi Noem as their fucking vice president? Jesus Christ. Vivek was definitely, I think he was probably the widest outlier, but and that other guy, that loser guy, the one that is just, he would have been like Mike Pence. I can't remember his name. That's how important he is. It's kind of like Mike Pence. I'd never really heard of Mike Pence until he was Trump's VP. Too many of these fucking people. And why do we need so many goddamn politicians? We should be able to like name them all off the dome. There's too many of them.
It's really the purpose of what we're doing here. We're brought to you by Noble Gold. 63 federal banks in trouble. They won't tell you which ones. Like, you don't have the right to get your money out of the bank.
Okay, that started around 150. Let's see how long it goes.
Because you don't own it. Once you put it in there with your retirement, they own the whole thing. You're an unsecured creditor. You only have access to your money because they let you. Well, what you have to do is minimize your exposure to what's coming. And right now, I really recommend a silver-backed IRA. Why? Because silver is the darling element in all climate change technology. Solar panels, silver. Everything, silver. Silver is exploding.
So you want to get in the ground level on the materials being used to turn you into a slave. Nice, Dave. Brissinger says, "I do." Yeah, she isn't hot, boys. I do her, though. Get into them accounts, baby. Prophet says, "Trump's a germaphobe." Can you even see him shaking Vivek's hand, knowing what he knows about those people? Listen, you're not wrong. He always looks squirrely when Vivek's around. Like he's like kind of tenses up a little bit. Maybe it's the smell.
It's going to continue.
I mean, the guy's vegan on top of everything else. I mean, ugh. You know, Vivek's one of those guys. He's just like too. He says he's too slick. He's too perfect. He says too many of the right things that you want to hear. And there's just something that is off about him. I can't articulate it really. I can't really put my finger on it, but there's just something about him. Like he is a craven power achiever. That's not a good way to put that. But he has a craven nature to him that I think for like climbing the ladder. And he sees himself as in this trajectory of like, you know, being a successful businessman and trying to kind of make himself in the mold of Donald Trump, suggesting that makes him a good candidate for like president, you know? Kato said it could have been Marjorie Taylor Greene or Boebert. Hot. It could have been her. It could have been Boebert. Boebert's pretty hot. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's built like a brick shit house. You know what, though? I mean, why not? Who amongst us, right?
To explode in value. This is really the way to basically back up your retirement. Here's what Noble Gold does. They take it out of the bank.
So we're 44 seconds into this ad.
Put it under your control. No one can seize it from you. And then they back it with silver or gold. Both have held their value for thousands of years. And now with gold, it's really important to understand that you can go that route. I like the silver route myself because I think you're going to see the greatest appreciation in silver in the short term. They're saying eventually if gold hits what it should hit, and our dollar goes into default, it'll be $5,000 an ounce. Whoa. Anyway, you can have all that for your retirement. All you got to
For your retirement, Dave, I thought I'm going to be dead in a year. Better get out and vote because I've just bought a lot of noble gold.
do is go to davehodgesgold.com, davehodgesgold.com, and then I'll send you a free information packet. No obligation whatsoever. You'll just see this is how Noble Gold does it. There'll be a number on there for you to call, and you won't get a call center. I've been helping you that much. You don't get that. You get an American.
Prophet says, not picking Tulsi was a mistake. Imagine having that plump pooper walking around the Oval Office all day. My God. No lies detected. Dude, I would have loved it if you picked Tulsi Gabbard. She's a little squirrely, too. Like, she's got that kind of similar to Vivek, where I'm like, there's just something I don't entirely trust about you, but I like her overall. Brissinger says, he's such an easy mark. Brissinger says, I bet Dave would sell gold to an elementary classroom. Oh, you know what? He definitely would. And you know what? They'd be better for it. Let's be real. Let's get these kids into gold. Silver.
Speaks perfect English and is trained in this field. They're a professional. You don't get someone's lackey, someone Susan get you coffee on Tuesday. You don't get that. It's just fantastic what they do at Noble Gold. Great customer service. They'll never pressure you, but they could save your life savings. They can save your retirement. I'm a customer of Noble Gold. I have been a customer for over 6 years. And I've just fulfilled a federal requirement. A couple other things I need to say on behalf of the federal government is that no investment can be considered to be guaranteed. There are no guarantees. And also, too, one thing I can promise you is that past events can't be construed for future expectations. There's a reason, though, why I've been a customer.
Yeah, what will come unburdened by what has been? Don't you know, Dave? Prophet says, imagine story hour with Dave Hodges instead of drag queens. The revolution would not be far behind. Brissinger says, eyes closed, folding his hands. Yeah, he's deep in contemplative thought. Dude, like, why does he do this, though? I mean, come on, man. Like, tighten up your ad reads. I love you, Dave, but tighten these fucking ad reads up. Like, 30% of his videos, sometimes more, sometimes 50%, sometimes 60% are ad reads.
For over 6 years. Dave Hodges.
Brissinger also says, whistling as he speaks, shaking his head. Hagbard says, I was kind of hoping for Massey. Dude, I would have loved Thomas Massey. I would have loved it if you picked Thomas. That would have been, honestly, the perfect candidate for me personally. But his wife just died, APAC killed his wife. It's awful, which is awful. So he's going through a lot of shit. I don't think he was, he's not in the place to be doing this right now.
Justgold.com. That's where you want to go. Okay, the 7 stages. Let me go through them one at a time. I made some notes here. I got a cheat sheet.
That was a almost 3-minute ad read.
One, we got to go way back in history to 77 years ago. And this.
Holy shit, Dave. Prophet says, I'll tighten up the ad reads when they tighten up the border, Sean. And that's never gonna happen. Cato says, I've never heard a melancholic investment pitch.
This was really the beginning of the undoing of America. You might argue it was the Federal Reserve creation. I have a hard time arguing with that. I know G. Edward Griffin, who I absolutely have great respect for, he says the same thing. This is the fundamental event. It might be, but really the deep state had its coming out party with the establishment of the Air Force, which is the least loyal of all the branches. Now, I'm not talking about your airmen. I'm talking about the clandestine people at the top. The Air Force, the NSA. The NSA was so secret at the time, in quiet whispers, they used to call it the no such agency.
Brissinger says, jiggling his jowls, hunched over. Hey, listen, man. If I'm still doing Zubok stuff when I'm his age, it's going to look exactly like this. It's going to be low effort. I'm just going to be trying to get money from whoever. Do 6-minute ad reads and an 8-minute video. It's going to be great.
And then, of course, Devil's Creation, the CIA, who John Kennedy wanted to break into 1,000 pieces, and it's too bad he didn't live long enough to do it.
Oh, which brings something up. So tomorrow night we're going to do a watch and talk of Oliver Stone's JFK director's cut. So if you're around, come on by.
They learned very quickly you bribe and blackmail politicians to get their way, get your way, to carry out their globalist agenda, and that's what this is. And the move to take down America has been underway for some time. You could go back to the League of Nations and the formation of the Council on Foreign Relations as part of that, and that was in the 1920s. So the move has been in effect for really over 100 years, but in earnest, this is where it started. This was the beginning of the deep state in 1947. Now, you have to perpetrate.
I wish he would. I hope he makes like some connections here. I hope he doesn't just say that and then move on. Like, what is it exactly that makes them part of the deep state? I'm not saying I don't believe him. I'm just saying I need a little there. Big Tom says back and to the left. Kata says none dare call it treason. Oh shit, dude! I got the book. I got the goddamn book. I'm ready.
Trade election theft. Okay, that's number 2. You control who gets elected. You control who runs, and then you control who wins. You know, Joseph Stalin said it best. I don't care who votes. I care who counts the votes. Then you have to engage in extreme
That Stalin was such a kidder. Such a good joke.
censorship. Right? Am I right?
Am I right?
We're seeing that, aren't we? We're going through
I
that
believe
right
you.
now. You can't even talk about corrupt elections, and most social media, not all, but most, will say, you're out of here. We've terminated your account. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're an election denier. All elections are fair and free. Tell that to the people of Maricopa County in Arizona that on election day.
Tell that to Democrats in 2008, 2012, 2000 for that matter. Tell them, let's go back in time and tell them that too, so they can shut the fuck up. The media cycles everyone had to goddamn live through.
In 2022, under the direction of Stephen Riescher, county clerk and recorder, 60% of the voting machines in Maricopa County failed in heavy Republican districts. In Democrat districts, they worked just fine. Bit of a problem, wouldn't you say? Can't talk about that, though. You put that on Facebook, they'll terminate your account. You put it on YouTube, they'll terminate your account.
This is like sitting next to a drunk guy at a bar. You know, and you bring up something in passing, you're kind of making small talk, and then he just launches, you know? And you're just kind of captured, we'll say, for the next 15 minutes.
Elections are free and fair, just like all vaccines are safe and effective. Okay?
And I'm not saying that I disagree with what he's saying. I'm just saying that he has the cadence and the delivery of one of those guys. Prisker says, yeah, this has obviously been going on for a while.
Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. The next thing you get when you got censorship, you can't talk about the evils of transgender surgery and propagandizing kids at 6 years old that Tammy could become Tommy and Tommy could become Tammy. But you do a Marxist cultural revolution, and it's the great distraction. And you control it, and you usher in things or just turns your society upside down. I remember when I had a student in an undergrad class, and we were
like the thing that's really insidious about what he's talking about is that these people are true believers. Like, yeah, they know that they're sinking everything into chaos, and it's going to be a lot of pain and suffering, and got to get that global population down to 500 million at some point. But they're true believers. That's why they go so hard. That's why they're willing to do it. Like, it's not a passive thing for them. They really, truly do believe that this is a way to save the world, which makes that really difficult to combat, really difficult to fight against, because if you don't have the same convictions for your own beliefs as they do, well, then you're fucked. You know, that's something, you know, we talk about occasionally, but it's like you get what you ask for. You get the world that you ask for. You get the world that you allow to exist. And we have not been very good stewards especially on the right. We're too individualistic sometimes. We're too stubborn. We won't play by their rules. Although I think that's starting to change. I think after this weekend that might be starting to change. But, fuck. I don't know.
Talking about gender, human sexuality. It was a human development class. And I was absolutely in shock. This girl spoke up, and this is a good 10, 12 years ago. Well, did you know it's not just two genders, Professor? It's over 90. What? And she started telling me some of these terms for gender. And I said, so you're telling me that when these young men go out to bars to meet young women, okay, that they could meet 96 other types? That's exactly what I'm saying. I thought this was the most ludicrous thing I ever heard of. And I thought, man, someone's on some good drugs here. And now this is the way it is. Maoist cultural revolution. This is insane what's happening in our country. Okay, that's step 4. Step 5. We must criminalize free speech. It's not enough. It's not enough to censor, because people will find a way to have their voice heard, but now we need to criminalize it. I'll give you an example.
Well, that's how it all starts, right? That's the slippery slope. It's like, well, these are against these terms of service and they're private businesses, and we don't want to interfere with the goings-ons of private businesses, even though like social media is not like they're not private businesses. It's so fucking retarded. They're so intertwined with our government and our intelligence agencies. It's like, give me a break. But anyways, it starts there, and then you start getting the talk of, well, maybe we should pass some laws. This has already happened in other parts of the world. It's already happened. Germany, most of the UK, writ large, Canada, right? It all starts there. It all starts with these kind of passive things. Well, it's not free. It's freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences, and et cetera, et cetera. Cato says, exactly. People on our side always rationalize how they're going to win by doing nothing. I 1,000% agree. 1,000% agree. People would rather grift and talk shit on the internet than, I don't know, run for public office in like their small town, or get involved in their communities, or do anything. Being part of a school board, all of these things that like we've just allowed to be taken over the past 60 years. And now those chickens are coming home to roost. Some people are fighting back. I think some people are starting to wake up occasionally, every once in a while. You do see a little bit more activation out there, especially from parents. Parents actually might end up saving things, because once they start fucking with your kids, people get really pissed. They get squirrely. If you want to activate a group of people, fuck with people's kids. And that's why, what is it, a couple years ago when they were trying to put parents that spoke out at those like teachers school board meetings, to put them on FBI watch lists. So you're not allowed to do anything, because if you're talking against an employee of the state, well, you're a criminal. Why would they do anything untoward? Why would they do anything that you wouldn't just fucking agree with? They're the smart ones. Don't you understand? So, God, it's so fucking infuriating. Briss Singer says, can you imagine this guy naked at a gay bar? He's trying to explain how he doesn't know how he got here, and if somebody could give him a lift home. Prophet says, the pearl clutching Pac-Man is doing about right-wing violence. It genuinely makes me sick. We are reaching South African levels of sectarian racial violence, and it sure as fuck isn't white Christians doing the killing. Yeah, exactly. It's the same shit. Like, they won't even acknowledge that it's a problem, because they're insulated from the consequences of the things that they support. I've been saying this for years. These bourgeois fucks are insulated from the consequences of everything that they fucking do, say, and support. Well, fuck. And that's because nobody on the right will fucking sack up and be like, you know what? Let's do a round of right-wing cancel culture. Fuck it. People want to get out of pocket and be fucking weird and say fucked up shit. You know what? It's time to start calling them out in a more serious way. It's time to do it. And they're not going to. Nobody's going to. Kato says, right, Prophet. He's not wrong. Brissinger says, yep, they're insulated. Right. 1,000% agree. Well, thank you, guys. At least somebody does.
The bishop didn't want her young children in elementary school in Rifle, Colorado, to be told you're racist and you don't like people that aren't white. So she went to school board meetings and she said, I don't like this. And what happened? The FBI goon squad kicked down her door, entered her property without a warrant, manhandled her teenage daughter on the stairs, and put everyone in handcuffs, put the red dot on them where they could have been killed in an instant, and they criminalized free speech. And tell that to 75-year-old women now are headed for prison for praying in an abortion clinic. That's First Amendment protected religious activity.
Not only did they arrest a 78-year-old cancer-ridden woman, they mocked her at sentencing. The judge mocked her and her elderly husband. Her husband asked if he could also go to jail with her so he could take care of her because he doesn't think that she's going to make it out alive. She's going to die in there. And the judge leaned into the microphone all fucking dramatically and says, well, maybe her belief in her God will see her through and you'll get to like be together again. How fucking disgusting. And this is for praying in front of an abortion clinic. The shit that's gone on over the past few years. I mean, something like that. That's something that gets me fucking activated. Holy shit. Can you fucking believe that shit? Of course you can. We all can. I know you guys can, but Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, Prophet says, I manhandled a few teenage daughters in my day, Dave. Let's not judge too harshly. Kata says, whoa, I hadn't heard of those cases. Yeah, this just happened like maybe 2 months ago.
Not illegal to
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the sentencing happened 2 months ago. I think the actual event happened almost a year ago.
pray to do away with something. But unless you're on the left, you go, well, those are the old rules. Your rights aren't absolute anymore, and we say what they are. Okay, so you criminalize free speech. And let me give you a way that they're really.
And also, guys, out there on the internet, anybody who watches this, stop allowing degenerate, hedonistic assholes try to hold you accountable as to what your principles are supposed to be. They'll be like, oh, I thought you were a Christian. I thought you were all about forgiveness. Fuck you, demon-worshipping fuck. Fuck you. Don't get to tell me if I'm doing my beliefs right. Fuck you. Don't forget that, by the way.
Criminalizing it today. Misinformation, disinformation, you get that. We've been through that. How about malinformation? And that means that what you're saying about the government or government official, it's true, but if you're undermining faith and trust, then you're a domestic terrorist. That's DHS definition by their policies. That could bring in the NDAA where they can arrest you off the street with no due process and no one hears from you again. That's how bad things have become. Okay, now we go to the next part here where you jail or kill your political opposition. Well, up until Friday, we pretty much just jailed them. Peter Navarro, the president's attorney, president's advisor. So he had client-attorney confidentiality. He had to respect executive confidentiality. And he said, I can't testify before the J6 committee. Sorry, you're going to prison. That's where this 72-year-old man is today, is in prison. Yet Merrick Garland can say, big middle finger to you, Congress. I don't have to give you the tapes of her testimony because I can't allow you to expose my lies to the public in an election year. And nothing happens to him. You jail your political opponent. Steve Bannon. Okay, Steve Bannon.
Yeah, for not adhering to a subpoena, a bullshit subpoena, like all of these fucks do every single goddamn day. Every single fucking day. Hunter Biden, Merrick Garland. Prop says, nothing makes me seethe more than when atheist faggots try to use Christian morals against us, or points out Christian hypocrisy when someone isn't living 100% to the word. Easy to call someone with standards a hypocrite when you have zero standards for yourself at all. The truth is out there, folks. The truth is out there. Well said, Dan.
Nope. Owen Schroyer, not convicted for anything he did on J6. He was telling people, don't go in the buildings. It's a setup. He was yelling at people, don't go in. Should have been hailed a hero by the left. But no, they put him in jail for things he said on his radio show. First Amendment protected activity. No, somehow they bootstrapped that into J6. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So if you have if you were there, or you had anything to do with it, or if you were, you got some bullshit trespassing charge, they will use that as a cudgel to make you shut up. And good for Owen Schroyer. I used to call him Little Alex Jones, but now he's a man. He's just Owen Schroyer now. Good on Owen Schroyer for not capitulating, sticking to his guns.
Hey, up until then, they were just jailing people, and this is up until this last Friday. These people are getting desperate to hang on to power. I've said there's nothing they're not going to do. And when I tell you that FEMA camps are coming, mass roundups, they'll disguise it as medical quarantines, and I'm going to walk you through all this over the next week or so. I'm serious, and I can
over the next week or so. Holy shit, Dave. I don't know if I've got enough time. You got to start talking faster and tighten those ad reads up.
document it, and I can prove it. But now they've entered a new phase. What happened to Trump on Friday represents a new phase. They're willing to kill the opposition. And again, Donald Trump's most famous quote, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. We saw in that on Friday. If they'll do that to him, and if federal agencies will be complicit in letting it go down, then what won't they do to you? That's number 6. Number 7, the formation of terrorist cells. Now, this is what's coming for Donald Trump next. I don't believe they're going to do another JFK-style assassination.
No, what they're going to do is they're going to break everything on their way out. They're going to leave the country in such a state, and then they're just going to blame him for what's going on. That's what the media is going to do. Kind of like they've been doing over the past 2 days about him getting shot. Oh, it's his fault. It's the rhetoric. Some woman, I think I have the clip somewhere, even got irritated that he said the words fight, fight, fight. She said, oh, I don't know if we need that right now. Get fucked, lady. Or maybe don't. Don't get fucked. That's too good for you. Get fucked with that strap-on thing from 7.
They may do a squeaky from where she ran up to Gerald Ford and tried to kill him at point-blank range, and the gun misfired. Boy, talk about a failure in Secret Service protection then. But nonetheless, these terrorist cells, I'll get into how they're going to affect Trump down the road, but what they are is Hamas, Hezbollah, MS-13. Don't forget.
Well, that was the thing that was breaking right before it came on, or at least a few hours ago, is that they have intel that, or a few months ago, they had intel that Iran was going to put a hit out on Trump. Yeah, I don't know if that kid really looks like he's, Iranian. I don't know.
Get the CHICOM and Venezuelan soldiers we got coming in. CHICOM's 10,000 a month, and I'm told by Border Patrol that's a low-end estimate, Dave. All right, now.
Pro says there's just no arguing or voting about this anymore. The only solution is one we no longer have the stomach for, so enjoy it while it lasts, boys. See, I'm not quite that black-pilled yet myself. I think we're at some sort of inflection point. But it's in terms of America as we know it, or it has been in the past, that's over. That's over. And I don't know what the future is going to look like for that. But like I said, you get the country you ask for. If you're not willing to do anything, and I'm not talking about you specifically, I mean all of us, the universal us, then yeah, we'll get what we ask for. Just the way it's going to be.
Saying, what about Trump? Where does he enter into this? Well, they tried to kill him using the JFK playbook, and they're still trying to go through the steps. create the patsy. The patsy's dead. Dead men tell no tales. So we can make up whatever we want about this guy, even though he registered a Republican recently and he's never posted anything on social media. I hate Republicans. I hate Trump. Kind of odd, isn't it?
Says Dave Hodges. All right, well, all right, I think that's enough, Dave. Thank you for the wisdom, Dave. We all greatly appreciate it. So let's look at this crazy person. So this is somebody. This is not Jack Black, by the way. I know it looks a little bit like Jack Black. This is not Jack Black. But this person was outside of the RNC yesterday. They had a big counter protest going on, and a bunch of people showed up. There's video of people saying, like, listen, if you're part of the protest, be peaceful. But if you want to be violent, just break away from the protest so that we don't get implicated in it. Which is like, if you say that out loud, I hate to tell you, buddy, not the sharpest fucking people out there. It's a bunch of mentally ill weirdos like this. This is like 90% of the shock troopers that get sent out. The people that are really in the know, that are really doing shit, don't go to this kind of shit. They don't. Brissinger says, yeah, there's only one answer left. Prof says, the JFK playbook. You mean pretend like you dropped a pen and hope she isn't wearing panties? Kato says, I've long agreed with Prophet, though I still do my best in the system, and I kind of doubt we can... Oh, I'm sorry. Brissinger, there's only one, and I kind of doubt we can give it. Yeah, well... Listen, I try not to be black-pilled. I really try to fight against that, because trust me, just like everybody here, we all find ourselves in those moments of just complete impotent frustration about what's happening in the world around you. And you have to remember what your responsibilities are, what you're supposed to be taking care of, especially if you're family men like Prophet and I. That's our responsibility. That's our goals, is to make sure that our families are okay and prepare them for whatever world we birth them into. Like, that's our mandate as men and as fathers. And we can extend that out to other people in our circle, especially if young guys that are, having to deal with the fucking world right now. You can be a good influence on them and encourage them to kind of walk your path. Show them that it's possible. Show them that it's worthwhile. And that's just kind of where I am right now. But, I do understand, and I do believe and tend to think that, like I said, the America of the past is over. It's done. It's been done for a while. It's just been a slow falling apart since the 50s. Well, longer than that, but in earnest, I would say since the 50s, since we decided that we were just going to let the intelligentsia run rampant on our society and play social engineering games with people. It's not good. It's not good stuff. Let me see. Brissinger says, oh, yeah, 100%. Until the electricity goes, it's all fun and games. Until the shit actually hits the fans in your town, just slow play it. Cato says, since we lost World War II. Hold on. There you go, buddy.
Absolutely. You guys are out here on the heels of the attempted Trump assassination. Can I get your reaction to what happened the other day?
Well, it's a shame the person missed, but it's ironic that the shooter was also a Republican, and I am scared about political violence.
You're scared of political violence, but you were hoping that he wouldn't have missed.
Yes.
Wow. Could you elaborate on that? I mean, many people are thankful that.
I mean, this is the talking, because they're all automatons. They're all NPCs. Like, they saw somebody on X or Threads or whatever the fuck, Reddit, wherever they congregate. Probably Reddit, right? Whatever these fucking people congregate. And they just repeat it. They just heard one person say it, and now they all, oh yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Doesn't matter what's going on. Doesn't matter the strife it would have caused. I mean, you want to talk about chaos. If that had actually happened, I am so thankful that that's not what happened. Personally, I have no desire to see all this shit just erupt into wanton violence and destruction. I really don't. Like I said, I'm a father. I have children. I have a family. I have a mother. I have brothers and sisters. Like, I don't want that for the world. I don't want it for the world. But I'll do what I have to do to make it through, though. That's for goddamn sure. Brissinger says, "Whoa, you're scared, but you promote what scares you. They're like antinatalists. You're against babies, but for sex." No, you're right. Yeah, they have the same kind of weird internal logic that makes no sense.
That the shooter missed and could have led to a lot of conflict in the country.
I mean, how much do you want to bet this is an antinatalist? Although their voice makes them sound like they're. I'm pretty sure this is a transual.
Regardless if Trump is in power or not, he has a lot of influence, and that makes him a very dangerous person, and nothing will stop. And we want to live, and sometimes Thomas Jefferson wrote a letter that included one of my favorite quotes.
I played this clip for you, Brissinger. Listen up.
That sometimes the tree of liberty needs to be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Do you hope to see others also, if all that holds true, do you want to see others try what this young man tried at the Trump?
Prophet says, problem is violence does break out. Conservatives are going to get wrecked because they can't conceive a world where you don't play by the rules. The horde will be surrounding them and they will be firing warning shots. Actually, yeah, I totally agree. I was actually going to make a very similar point. A good example is years and years ago, the Proud Boys and Antifa fighting outside of that Gavin McInnes speech in New York City. And they got in a scuffle with Antifa guys. The Antifa guys took off. Proud Boys waited for the cops, thinking that they hadn't done anything wrong, right? And the cops arrested them. And some of those guys went to jail. Instead of just fucking bolting like the other people did. Yeah, this assumption that authority is your friend is a giant mistake.
Rally?
I don't know if it would do any good.
Okay, interesting, yeah. I see you have a crossbow over here. Can you tell me a little bit more about it and why you decided to bring it here? So you have I don't know what it is. It looks like a crossbow.
Yeah, it's a pistol crossbow. I don't like firearms. This is a much safer alternative, and it's used only for personal defense as an absolute last resort.
Wow.
I don't like firearms. This is used for personal defense. Yeah, no shit. Most of the time, if somebody shoots somebody with a gun, it's a very similar set of circumstances. They're young it.
So you have I don't know what it is. It looks like a crossbow.
Yeah, it's a pistol crossbow. I don't like firearms. This is a much safer alternative, and it's used only for personal defense.
This idiot, this fucking retard out there with a loaded crossbow. Oh my God. 2 days after the president was an attempted assassination on the former president.
Defense as an absolute last resort.
Wow.
I hope I never have to use it.
Why did you feel compelled to bring it here? Do you feel unsafe?
Very much so. I'm absolutely terrified to be here.
I had one last question for you since it caught.
Exactly the type of person you want walking around with a crossbow. A terrified person. Brissinger says, I don't like explosives. These are frag grenades, bitch. Prophet says, every white person in this country should be forced to listen to AK Nation for an hour every morning before they leave the house. Oh, shit, if they could understand it, yeah. They're going to take a while to acclimate to that, to the cadence and accent.
Caught my eye. I see you have a hammer and sickle tattoo. Can you tell me more about this tattoo?
I was born in the Soviet Union. I was brought here when I was a little kid, but it's just a symbolism of where I came from. No.
Oh, you guys want to see a liar? Oh, it's just something to remember home from, a hammer and sickle. Oh my God.
I do not support Russia. No, I don't condone anything that it does or that Putin has done. I would consider myself more of a socialist, but it's just a symbol of where I was born.
No, what were you going to say after that? But I consider myself a socialist, but communism is pretty base too. I wouldn't mind that. What the fuck do these people think would happen to them under these systems that they advocate for? You think they all think they're going to be artists? They all think they're going to be streamers or something? I don't know. So fucking retarded. Hagbert says this person was overjoyed for female custodies in 40K. Female characters in 40K. Yes, they definitely were. They definitely, back when this it was a young man, definitely probably spent a lot of time painting figurines. I've never gotten into 40K. It seems like it would be something I would like. I mean, I've played a couple of the video games, but I've never played the actual game. But now I'm starting to think that I wouldn't like it anymore. So I guess I missed my moment. Oh, that's it. That's the end of the clip. Okay. Oh, here's another kooky, crazy guy. Now, this is more of like a boomer take. This is the progressive boomer. You want to see a progressive boomer?
That's about the assassination attempt.
They missed.
Do you
He should have died. He's not good for this country, and he never will be.
Wow.
Ever. He's the worst person that could be ever in politics. He's not even a politician.
So you're disappointed that
So well spoken too. So informed. Imagine being an adult man and whether you liked him or not, thinking that it would be a good thing for the country if he had been assassinated. Wow. Are these just a couple of dinks or something? Holy shit. Do you have no self-awareness of what that would have brought on? Not just like in the immediate, like not just the riots and all the crazy violence that would happen, but like I said at the top of the show, on the world stage, we would be so fucked.
that the shooter missed Donald Trump.
100%. No, well, nothing. He should have died. She doesn't like him as much as I do, but she's a little more sympathetic to people dying.
What a bitch. He can't even own his own opinion. He has to drag his wife into it. What a fucking cunt. My God, we walk around with these people. Jesus Christ.
That the shooter was justified.
He did what he wanted to do.
Do you think it was justified? Like, do you think
In
he
his eyes, I'm sure it was. But you know what? Since he missed, I can guarantee you there's going to be 100 people that are going to try to not miss.
Would you support that?
Yeah, 100%. He doesn't need to live. He doesn't need to be a president.
He would support that 100%. It's not even like an observation he's making or trying to be, glib or whatever. Just what a gross motherfucker, dude. Jesus Christ. Brissinger says, we can't even win in Ukraine, laugh out loud. We're not supposed to win in Ukraine, Brissinger, because there was no way to win in Ukraine ever. It's just a money laundering scheme.
Since he missed, I can guarantee you there's going to be 100 people that are going to try to not miss.
Would you support that?
Yeah, 100%. He doesn't need to live. He doesn't need to be a president.
So, hold on.
100%. Yeah.
Why so much hatred for Donald Trump?
Because, for one, he's a sucker. He grabs people by the pussy. He grabs women by the pussy, right? All right, we're done. Have a good day.
He grabs women by the pussy. This is where this guy's still stuck in his brain. This ally, this fucking creep. It's always dudes like this, too, that get really incensed about, just the way men talk and shit. They're always the creepiest fuckers. They're always, the rapists. It's fucking crazy. Hagrid says, I work with a ton of these people. I bet you do, dude. The jobs I've had in the past, I guarantee you. I mean, I know a lot of people like this, from back in the past, high school, various people I've picked up over the years from being married to my wife. So I'm going to start boomer posting on Facebook to get rid of them. It's going to get crazy. Brissinger says, yeah, he's a retard. No lines detected. Cato says, I saw this earlier and his groping for a reason when cornered was really telling. Yeah, they don't even know why they feel the way they do. You'd be like, oh, what's your most hated Donald Trump policy? They don't fucking know. I mean, dude, as a president, Donald Trump was kind of mediocre. He was a very median Republican president. That's why I've never understood, the outsized outrage about him. They just don't like his personality. They feel like it's too much of a reflection on themselves. Like they see themselves in the mirror when they see Trump, and they get very angry. He's exposes them. Brissinger says, horrible fucking excuse. Just ask them what was wrong with D. Trump. What has he ever done wrong? They don't know. No, they don't.
Sucker. He grabs people by the pussy. He grabs women by the pussy, right? All right, we're done. Have a good day.
Oh, really quick. I want to know, what?
Look at his wife. Wow. Just a couple of fucking morons.
No, you know, well,
Mic battery died.
Your mic.
it's pretty shocking what you're telling me right now.
No.
I know it's kind of shocking.
He knows it's not shocking because there's a billion other people that feel the same way that he does. My goodness. My goodness. Oh, fuck. All right. You guys want to get really incensed? Should we get really fucking activated? Let's go to our other news correspondent, David Pakman. David Pakman. So I have a few. Oh, of course. Of course. Look at this shit. Fucking David Pakman. Why did you do this to me?
Hey guys, Toby Math.
Well, I'm not going to listen to your stupid ad, David. I don't care about it.
So, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, suffered an assassination attempt during a political rally campaigning for his 2024 presidential run.
Looks like that could be David Pakman's son. Actually, you know what he kind of looks like? If you guys have ever seen the Clint Eastwood movie In the Line of Fire, when John Malkovich is going to try to assassinate the president at the end of the movie, the costume that he's wearing. He's wearing a hairpiece and glasses, and his face even kind of looks like this kid. He looks just like him. I'm telling you, maybe we might live in a simulation.
In Butler, Pennsylvania. These are the sorts of events that fortunately happen very infrequently in the United States, although more frequently historically than in many other countries, and we will talk about that. So much happening at once, but one of the real differences here from prior assassination attempts is that we are in an environment of social media. And so instantly when this happened.
Maybe Brissinger says he looks like Destiny. Well, maybe David Pakman and Destiny jerked off each other into a petri dish and created a child. You know, who knows? I mean, I'm only speculating. Allegedly, this happened. Brucato says, no, David Pakman. Oh, we love to hate David Pakman around here. Prof says, Michael Jackson was right about David Pakman, God damn it. Cato says, it's like the news clip with the black news reporter showing the suspect sketch that looks like him. Oh, my God, that was so good, yeah. Cato says, I don't know who is more infuriating, Pakman or Destiny. Probably David Pakman at the end of the day. But Destiny's been he's been putting up numbers lately.
And the video was everywhere. Former President Trump, okay. Reportedly a bullet grazing his ear. We will take a look at the video here as this took place.
You know, it's crazy because even amidst the chaos, when we were all sitting around like looking at our phones and shit, there was even a time, there was like a 20-minute period where people thought that the bullet had hit the teleprompter and he had gotten cut from glass. But no, that's not what happened.
Confusion briefly, and then relatively quickly, everyone realizing this is not part of the planned event. Take a look, take a listen.
He's like so excited to talk about it. He's got like a smirk on his face.
If these are not images or audio that you have yet seen or heard.
Oh, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Oh my God, JFK Jr. in the crowd. He's right here. JFK Jr. was there. Now, is David going to show the moment? Is he going to have the stones to show Trump's heroic rise from the stage floor? Is he going to do it?
If you're only listening at this point in time, after Donald Trump reached up to his ear, which was bleeding, he was sort of brought down behind his lectern by security, believed to be all Secret Service agents. There is sort of audio that you hear about we're down, we're moving. Eventually, they move Trump off stage. And by this point, the shooter had already been killed by a sniper.
Did it really take so long? Because Trump was like, "Where's my fucking shoes?" Which, good for him, by the way. Good for him. You know, you got to walk away with dignity. Don't walk away without your fucking shoes.
Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move?
You hear there the declaration that the shooter is down and that they are ready to move. And then you will see as Trump gets up, pumping his fists, asking to put his shoes on.
We're clear. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold on, your head is bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay. Watch out.
Fuck yeah! Fuck you, David Pakman. Fuck your stupid ads too, you prick. Fuck you. Of course, they ran an ad right there.
And Trump pumping his fists there and sending the crowd into a tizzy. It is impossible.
No, the crowd shouted USA, USA, you smug cunt. You smug Argentinian.
In 5 minutes to break down the facts, the political environment, the cultural implications, what went wrong as far as security goes, the story about the shooter. It's simply impossible, and so we're going to take it a step at a time, which I think is the only way that we can do it. Thomas Matthew Crooks is the name of the shooter. We don't normally name shooters in general in the United States shooting sort of environment on this show.
Yeah, you do. Anybody that you think is like right wing or involved in something like this, you all do. You all run to do it. Unless it's inconvenient for you, unless it's like some psychopath trans shooter that busts into a school, then you'll never hear anything about them. They'll disappear that real fucking quick.
Particularly in mass shootings, this is a different situation, and the shooter's history, including name confusion about other people sharing the same name, is part of it. So I don't see any other way to avoid doing that. 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, a registered Republican, wearing a Demolition Ranch shirt. That's a YouTube channel that does firearms stuff. Described by former classmates, including Max Smith, as definitely a conservative, is indeed.
Now, this is the important point that David is here to make, is that this guy was a conservative. And you guys just have to own that. No. Like, let's take this on face value. Let's take it on face value. Wouldn't it be more likely that he's just a crazy person than a conservative? It's like, no, we checked the voter registration. Like, shut up.
The shooter. He was killed on site, laying down on a rooftop some distance from the stage at which Trump was speaking. How did he get access to that rooftop? Why did it take so long to neutralize the threat? Questions that are being asked that we will get to, questions that are also leading to significant conspiracy theories. I want to address one other aspect, and I want to make clear that my goal here is to tell you what we know, and if there are specific claims that are being made where the information is still incomplete, I will tell you that as well. There is a claim circulating that despite being a registered Republican and being described, Crooks, as a conservative, there's a claim floating around that in 2021, he made a $15 donation to a progressive cause through Act Blue. Now, that may be true or it may not be true. If it's true, the weird thing would be Act Blue reportedly doesn't accept donations from those under 18, and he would have been under 18 at the time. On the other hand, it has been widely reported that there is a Thomas Crooks, not Thomas M. Crooks, just Thomas Crooks, an older man also from Pennsylvania, and that's the individual.
This is all old. I thought, like, maybe he would be a little bit more on the ball here.
And Nick Fuentes and others going after. Now, as President Biden said when he addressed the nation, we don't yet know the specific motive for why this individual did what he did. There are reports from classmates that he was bullied for a long time. Trump's a bully. Did he not like Trump because of that? At the same time, if you look at,
we don't want to speculate, guys. We don't know anything, but let me just throw out this random shit. Oh, guy, usually we're a very serious news organization over here at the David Pakman program. Let me tell you what. Normally, we would never do something like that. Cato says he plays into the retarded notion he was a conservative. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What kind of fucking 20-year-old is anything? Even if they claim to be. Prof says, I truly fuck Pakman up. James Bond torture shit, it would take days. I would keep him conscious the whole time. Eventually, he'd have to lose those eyelids to stay awake. Disappear him an inch at a time. That's not hyperbole. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. I feel you, brother. Cato says he wore the shirt as a costume. He registered Republican, if that is true, to vote against Trump in the primary, most likely. Everything surrounding this kid is a little weird. We'll probably never find out. They're probably just going to completely bury this shit, and it'll be insane. We're going to have somebody that tried to assassinate a former president, current frontrunner, and we will probably know nothing about them. Like the Las Vegas shooter, like that trans shooter. The list goes on. We'll probably just never know about it. I mean, he's probably in some sort of Discord being groomed by intelligence agents. Shit happens all the time. Remember that kid who shot up that grocery store in Buffalo? Yeah, one of the people that he talked to regularly, one of the last people he talked to, too, online, was a retired FBI agent that he was not related to. And that story disappeared real fucking quick after that came out.
At the last week of conspiracy content, you will see people like Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes and others going after Trump for not openly supporting Project 2025 or because of what was allegedly revealed in the Epstein papers about.
Yeah, we missed that cycle, the Project 2025 cycle, the dizzy that everybody got in about that. It's like, oh yeah, just like there's no leftist organizations with crazy weird lists of demands or hopes that they have, and that's why they give money to the people they give money to. Now those things don't exist. It was such a banal fucking thing. Cato says being groomed by BlackRock. That's right. BlackRock came to his high school and he is in one of their promo videos in the background. Like you cannot make this shit up. Like we said, like if this was a movie, you just wouldn't believe it. You'd be like, dude, this is a little much. It's a little hokey. It's crazy.
Trump. That's not something that even other right-wingers would like. Could that have been part of the motivation? I'm not asserting any of these motivations as motivations. What I'm saying is we really don't know the specific motivation here. It's also relevant in my mind that the shooter was 12 when Trump was elected in 2016. In a sense, the political world of MAGA and Trumpism shaped this entire guy's worldview in the sense that.
How do you know that? Again, he says, we don't know anything. I'm not going to speculate. And then he just goes into wild speculation. He was groomed and formed by the MAGA movement and all the violence and the hatred. Just got too much, you know? Maybe he wanted to assassinate Trump to make him a martyr. You know?
He did not exist as an aware, independent thinking person, even semi-rationally, right? I mean, 12. Outside of MAGA being a force in politics in the United States. And that is something that we are going to consider as well in terms of the violent rhetoric we have seen almost exclusively from the American right wing. Now, I think I need to say this, even though I know my audience already knows it. Trump must be defeated by voting. I can't believe I even have to clarify this.
Yeah, because this time you guys are really going to actually have to go out and vote. Yeah, you apathetic fucks. I hope you guys are so fucking demoralized you don't even bother.
And I don't know that anyone cares whether I denounce anything.
Which is not going to happen, by the way, so strap in, everybody.
I completely denounce this and all acts of political violence of the sort. Doesn't matter what the motive was. None of it matters. Trump is a terrible candidate and was terrible for the country as president, and he must be defeated by voting. If you defeat Trump with bullets, it's not really a defeat. The reality is that when you have...
Yeah, he's terrified. If Trump got shot, like what that would mean. At least he has the good sense to understand that. Like if Trump had been killed, what that would mean for his party. At least he has the good sense to understand that. Even if he is a cunt about it.
Have an authoritarian that you're trying to stop, assassinating them, or particular if you try and fail to assassinate them, it actually enables them to be even more authoritarian. And think about what they will now say is justified on the basis of this assassination attempt. Jonathan Chait wrote about this yesterday in New York Magazine. Trump.
Oh, of course he did. Of course he did. He's like, watch out, guys. This failed assassination attempt will just mean more fascism. Thanks for taking down the temperature, folks. Cato says, if Trump is responsible for January 6th, why isn't Biden responsible for this? 1,000% agree. Because Biden has been fucking up. He can't make a sentence. He can't even get out a coherent thought. All the interviews he's been doing about this over the past few days, even the statement he made, which thank God he made a fucking statement. I thought for a second that they weren't going to. I guess it took him a little longer to wake up, so they had to wait a little longer. I mean, because like Barack Obama, I think had a statement up before Joe Biden did, before even the official White House X account that Joe Biden definitely doesn't run. Like they couldn't have just gotten an intern to go put something out there and say, hey, we're going to be making a televised statement in 45 minutes. Nope. Couldn't even bother doing that. Prof says, fucking cheese grater to the smug shit-eating face right on the fucking schnoz.
Trump already has spent years stoking the flames of violence, and this only allows him to do it even more.
When was this video published? This is just from yesterday. Yeah, it didn't take him very long to get right back into fascist, authoritarian, violent rhetoric, gun ownership.
It's completely okay and coherent to say, I am terrified, saddened, and appalled by this attempt on Donald Trump's life as an individual. He survived by an inch. As far as we know now, if that bullet were an inch closer to Trump's brain, he would have been likely instantly killed. That's the most likely scenario. You could survive a gunshot wound to the head. Sometimes it happens. But there is a good chance that by 1 inch, Trump was golfing the next day rather than dead. And it's completely okay to say that.
Yeah, he went golfing the next day.
Is tragic and terrible. I'm glad it failed, but to still be ready to defeat Trump.
But, all right, let's fuck this guy. All right, let's go. We're going to do one more video. We probably won't watch the whole thing. You can only take so much fucking David Pakman in one night.
If you've been getting scam texts.
I have, actually. Thank you, Guardio. Sorry.
Search for a motive that inspired the assassination attempt against Donald Trump is ongoing, and we don't have such a motive at this time. We may never. Reports so far are that there is no belief that any kind.
He's just setting everybody up. We may never know what happened, guys. One of the most significant historical events in the past 20 years, and we may know nothing about it. Oh, well.
Of manifesto or note was left behind. Of course, the shooter, Thomas Crooks, was neutralized, killed just moments after firing at Donald Trump. But we have some new information about the political background, if nothing else. We've learned that the dad is a big pro-gun libertarian type. We've learned from former classmates that the shooter was conservative.
A big pro-gun libertarian type. His dad is? So why would his son be conservative? Is that his way of like rebelling against his dad? Be like, well, Dad, I agree with you, but I'm going to vote conservative. Like, libertarians are not fucking conservatives. Haven't we learned this in the past couple of years? They're not fucking conservatives.
And now there
I don't even think libertarians know what the fuck they are.
is reporting from local Pittsburgh news affiliate WPXI that the home regularly had Trump signs on its lawn, remembering, of course, that the shooter did live with his parents.
Investigators.
Don't forget, guys, these people are magatards. Make sure you understand that, okay? This is a self-fulfilling prophecy, okay?
In plain clothes, as well as FBI agents approach this house. That's where the family of Thomas Crooks lives, which is right here on Milford Drive. Then we started to see those agents going door to door, canvassing the neighborhood and speaking with people who live here. They're trying to get answers to the many questions that still remain. Crooks's motive is still unclear. Records show he is a registered Republican, and neighbors today told us that they've actually seen Trump signs outside of the home over the course of the last few years. Investigators.
Okay. So I am now going to go sort of into just what's my sense of the situation mode.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of what he said on the previous video when he didn't want to speculate.
And there's three aspects to this that I want to mention. The first aspect is that the MAGA right has immediately gone not into unity mode, not into let's do something about gun violence mode, which they never go into. They have immediately gone into this is the fault of liberals mode. Now consider...
Yes, when you gaslight an entire country for like 8 years, people get fucking weird. People get wild. Like, take some fucking responsibility, David. Look at you with your fucking glassy eyes. You look like you're about to cry. Pull it together, man.
What we know, individual shooter, a registered Republican, father, a libertarian gun nut type, died wearing a shirt associated with a gun enthusiast YouTube channel. Classmates confirmed he was a right...
You know, one thing I will say, I hate to say a good thing about David Pakman, but good on them for not actually mentioning who the shirt was for. That guy that guy did make a statement about it. I didn't watch it, but he made a statement about it. I'm sure, disavowing violence and all that good stuff. But good on him for not blasting him like that. Even though I know that he's de facto kind of blaming this person in an abstract way, but whatever. Cato gets it right. He says, "Fuck you, Pakman." Truth is out there.
Right winger. Trump signs all over their lawn, although he lived with his parents, so whether those were his signs or his parents' signs, okay. Explosives in his car, nearly a dozen firearms taken out of the home to give us an idea of the environment. There is nothing there that points to the political left. Now, if there were, I would be telling you, I wouldn't be hiding it.
Yeah, you would. You're hiding it right now. Again, you take zero fucking responsibility for the shit you guys throw out there, and it's always somebody else's fault. At some point, you're going to be wrong. It's not going to be everybody else. You know what I mean? When everybody else is saying, like, hey, maybe you guys should chill. Maybe you should chill the fuck out. Maybe take that in a little bit. But that's asking a lot. That's asking a lot from Argentinians.
The reality is that in the United States, the vast majority of political violence is committed by those with right-wing ideologies. But let me present another aspect.
No, it's probably more or less the federal government. That's who actually is responsible for the most violence in these kinds of terms.
To this, I can't tell. We don't know the motive, okay? And so if you just want someone to tell you, here's what it was, find some other channel. We don't know what it was, but I think there's a couple of possibilities here. It is possible.
Cato brings up a great point. He says, yeah, I saw the video from the Demolition Ranch guy. What got me was that the guy danced around politics. A pro-gun creator has almost nothing to lose to say he supports Trump, yet he didn't. Yeah, exactly. And that is, by and large, the problem with right-wing people. They do shit like that. It's all caveats and asterisks about everything that they fucking do. Anybody that they support that's like even has a whiff of controversial nature to them, they do that. People like David don't. People like Destiny don't. People like Vosh don't. They don't equivocate. They don't equivocate. And in some ways, that makes them less of a pussy than a guy like that. They're less of pussies than a guy like that. They will throw away all of their principles to vote for somebody they hate just because. And they'll get behind that person as strongly as they can. I mean, you might get, I don't know if you guys were watching like Vosh and Destiny during the Biden 2020 campaign, but they just sold themselves out. I mean, they already sucked. Don't get me wrong. But they became like partisan hacks. They became Hassans.
That this was not politically motivated in the strictest sense. This is one possibility, one hypothesis. The idea being this is, as we see so many times with these young white male shooters, there was an emotional distress situation.
People literally getting themselves shot to death every single fucking day. And what Joe Biden would describe as an urban jungle. And you're supposed to be fucking just overwhelmingly concerned with these phenomenons. Yeah, okay.
Wanted attention, bullied, school shooter / incel / whatever kind of situation. The demographics are generic.
Hagbert says they have gone through this kid's phone and computer at this point. If he was a Groyper or some other form of youngster conservative, there would be copies of it everywhere by now. Oh, yeah, 100%. When they make the claim that he had no social media presence, he didn't, nothing was on his phone, apparently, right? Nothing was on it. Come on, dude. A 20-year-old kid that's activated online and he's got nothing. There's nothing there. But what that does is it allows people like David, it provides these creeps a smokescreen because now they can fill it with anything they want. They can say whatever they want. I mean, it's all speculation, of course. But now that there's nothing to ground their opinions to. So they just get to say whatever wild shit pops in their head, like suggesting that because he was 12 years old when Donald Trump came to power, that somehow he was groomed by the MAGA movement. Kiddo said, last I heard, they claimed they couldn't get into his phone. No, they ended up getting into it. They did end up getting into it, and they came out and said, oh, there was nothing there. It was like a blank phone. Prophet says 20 Julio Fulios a day in America, but it's those damn Christian white males that are the problem. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking retarded.
Numerically consistent with that in some way. Wasn't necessarily about Trump himself. He felt small. He felt insignificant. He thought maybe this is how I can get attention and meaning. That's one hypothesis. This is just me talking here. We're having a conversation. This is not any kind of declaration. We don't know. He did not leave a manifesto or anything. So one possibility is that. People saying, how do we combine the fact that he grew up in clearly a right-wing household, registered Republican, guns, the whole thing, and yet tried to kill the Republican candidate? Well, one thing would be it's not overtly political in that way. Second possibility is something we explored recently, which is that there is a movement, and it includes people like Alex Jones, who has said it. It includes people like Nick Fuentes and others who believe that while Trump is a Republican, he is not functioning in a way that is particularly useful to their cause. There was fury among...
Oh, give me a break, dude. Anyways, fucking David Pakman. David fucking Pakman.
Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes and others, when Trump said, I don't know anything about Project 2025, much of it's no good. It was all a lie, right? The real explanation is it's all a lie. Trump loves Project 2025. But
or maybe he didn't know about it. You know, it is possible. You know, people kind of just do what they want out there, David. Just like, do you take responsibility? Should Biden take responsibility for every crazy manifesto or crazy list of demands written by, I don't know, people in his fucking cabinet? The Green New Deal, remember that shit? Like, who should own that? Cato says that female author who wrote The Handmaid's Tale that was endlessly promoted in the media that portrayed the threat of Christian theocracy taking over the U.S., she may be related to David Pakman. Oh, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. See, Cato, things like that make me feel like we're in a fucking simulation. Not really. Not really. But Jesus Christ. Coincidence after coincidence. When do they stop being coincidences?
But for the moment that it was
And yes, I know what you mean.
plausible that maybe Trump doesn't love Project 2025, factions like Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes were furious with Trump, alleging that he was failing to live up to what standard they believe he should. It's also possible that as a registered Republican who grew up in what appears to have been a clearly right-wing pro-gun household, the shooter became enamored or became sucked in by these Trump isn't right-wing enough sort of things that we've seen. And remember, I played a clip for you yesterday of Alex Jones from 5 months ago where Jones said Trump would actually, if Trump were killed, it would usher in the assassinations of all of the deep state targets we have in mind. So this is Alex Jones.
I don't believe that he said that. I need to see a clip, David. Really?
Words, Trump getting killed would actually be the idea.
I mean, he makes some squirrely things, but what I imagine Alex Jones was saying is like if that were to have happened, or if that were to happen, it would usher in a lot of political violence. It would just be the consequence of it, David. It's like, you know, observing reality, you know, speculating like David is so fond of doing.
Ideal scenario, because then we can go and kill all these other people that are really the problem. So that's another possibility. But what we don't know for sure is the motive, because the shooter did not leave anything behind. The investigation goes on and maybe we will find out more. But remember, when people like Eric Trump at the RNC in the interview we looked at earlier, or others online say this is the violence incited by the left, this was an assassination attempt based on a left-wing political perspective, we have no evidence of that whatsoever, and we have growing evidence of very much the opposite.
Well, you could have, like, say if we want to, like, again, take this at face value, maybe this kid was radicalized by the media and the way the media talked about Trump, and he thought, let's speculate ourselves, and he thought, well, if I make Trump a martyr, then I'll be able to, something will happen, something will change. You know? Take some responsibility, David. Prophet says, my eyes are getting a little heavy. Pretty soon I'll be in the dream luxury hotel room with Candace. We're going to play Sam Rockwell. I'm going to say, baby, regular or menthol? You know her answer. Well, good night, brother. Thanks for hanging in there as long as you could.
Important to keep that in mind as the conversations go further and further off the rails about this. What do you think? I want to hear from you. Write to me.
I think you're a piece of shit. So this video is for David Pakman, by the way. I hate to play a Mug Club clip, but it's happening. It's happening. So, you know, the word faggot needs to be reclaimed. We need to reclaim the word faggot. And because we didn't realize this at the time, you know, there was really no way to know. But the word faggot was created specifically for people like David Pakman. Remove it from all of its, you know, the slur that people want to, you know, remove it from that context and just the way the boys used to say it back in the day. You know, when we were growing up, everybody was a faggot. But these are the real faggots.
Condone bullying one group of people, and that's Biden supporters.
Biden supporters, I think they're absolutely fair game. Speaking of Biden supporters, what do you think of Harry Sisson?
Can I say like what I really think?
Yeah, Harry Sisson is that weird, like 20-year-old jerk off that makes all of those pro-Biden TikToks. Like he gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to make 15-minute TikToks of him talking about how cool Joe Biden is. He's so hip. Dark Brandon, y'all.
Well, look, you know, in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so my thoughts on Harry Sisson is it's actually sad. I put out a statement that like he was a faggot, and I felt a little bit bad, but then I didn't. And I don't mean that in a sense that like he's gay, but
right?
I
like
mean
a
that,
90s sense of the word faggot. I used to say it all the time, like,
exactly.
Oh, you're a fag.
And you know, I don't know if you know, I'm 19.
Right.
So and a lot of people don't know that. But I just don't understand. Like, I'm a free speech absolutist. I don't care if you're the farthest left communist or the farthest right Republican. Like, it doesn't matter. My take is you should be able to say what you want, say what you believe in, speak your mind.
No, I just want to hear about the word faggot, dude. You're boring.
And if you don't agree with the person that's saying something, then don't listen. But at the same time, I know Harry. I've talked to them in the DMs. I was on some calls with him on a Twitter space. The kid doesn't believe it that Biden is a great president. He doesn't even like Biden. He just likes the money in his back pocket, you know? I say that Harry is a hip pocket national bank. That's all he cares about filling, not, you know, the American economy.
Hey, dude, can you go do me a favor and do a couple of fucking push-ups, pal? You want to be a hard-ass right-wing dude? Fucking at least do some fucking push-ups, please.
Bank.
And that he's a faggot. Let's just be
Complete faggot.
unified in the fact that Harry Sisson's a faggot.
Oh,
Sorry, Harry.
I
Not
think,
sorry.
No, we're not sorry. And I think that Harry actually, the only good thing he's done is completely unify this country, because everyone in the country can realize that he is a faggot. He's very unifying, man. I say.
Faggot 2024, Harry Sisson.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, look, man, I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
Go out, cause some trouble. Nice trouble.
Of course.
Not like breaking the law trouble, but making people's day a little uncomfortable that need it made uncomfortable.
But the issue with that, see, the law is bendable. Like that's a whole, we could rant about that for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
But it's like what they did with Trump in New York, you know, in every single
absolutely.
case. You know, everybody here, from the camera to the police, probably to us, could be indicted for anything.
Yeah.
The law is bendable, so.
You more than me, but I mean, I understand your point.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Honestly, now, because I call Harry a faggot, probably calls like his hey, Obama, DNC, lock this kid up, you know. Probably will happen. But
he
I'll
is a
fight.
faggot. So I'm joining. See, it's
100%.
like blood brothers. If we both do it, we can't get in trouble.
I love it. No, and it's not.
No, this is, you guys are faggots too. But thank you for the thanks for the words. Let me see here. So this is from 7 hours ago. The FBI just released more details regarding the Trump assassin. He went to a shooting range where he was a member and practiced firing the day before. The day of the rally, Crooks went to a Home Depot and purchased a 5-foot ladder. Does that look like a 5-foot ladder to you? Interesting, MJ Ultra. He visited a gun store, purchased 50 rounds of ammunition. Oh, I see. I fucked that up. I thought he had purchased the bullets at Home Depot. I misspoke. Crooks drove his Hyundai Sonata about an hour north, joining Trump's rally. He parked the car outside the rally with an improvised explosive device hidden in the trunk that was wired to a transmitter he carried. Investigators believe he used his newly bought ladder to scale a nearby building and open fire on the former president. So, the dude was carrying a ladder, a rifle, and nobody on Trump's security detail saw him. Wow. And what was the other one? Okay, so this is a news report about that from good old Fox News.
Also breaking right now, correspondent Alexis McAdams has an exclusive interview with the neighbor who shot this video of a suspicious van being towed away from the scene last night.
Hagbert says his tits are magnificent. Kato says laugh out loud at reclaiming faggot. It's time, boys. It's time. We got to get it back.
Hi. Alexis.
Hey, Martha. Sorry, I didn't know if you were tossing to me. I couldn't tell yet. But okay, I'm going to talk to him right now. I'm going to bring him in. This is Billy Toma, Martha, who we've been talking to. We actually met him out there at the scene yesterday. He lives right.
I don't mean to laugh at the guy. It's just it's like this is like a cartoon. This is Clown World. We live in fucking Clown World.
Right near where this all happened at that rally. And you also recorded some video. As we see now, the suspect's van was parked right in your street. And they all kind of had it closed off, Martha, because they didn't want people from the rally to park on your street. So then you knew this guy's car wasn't supposed to be there. Walk me through what you saw.
So I came home a little bit before 5, saw it parked there. Didn't really think too much of it. It was the only spot in the whole yard or the whole road that wasn't blocked off. So later on in the night, everything happened. And we got home, and we were sitting there and saw cops all lined on the street. So whenever we looked out, we walked outside and saw them opening up his vehicle and everything. When the cop opened it, everybody else jumped back and was trying to stay out of the way. Here I am worried about it blowing up or whatever's going on. So,
I mean, to find out that this happens and the former president gets shot nearly right in the head, almost assassinated across the street from your house, and then to find out that the gunman's car was possibly parked right in front of your house. How many cops are we talking about that were out there surrounding this van? And was there a license plate on the back of that van?
There's probably 5 to 10 cars out there, and there was an Arizona plate on the van. And there was probably 15 cops.
Listen, guy, I like a cutoff myself. You know, it gets hot. It's fucking hot out there these days, boys. It's like 100 degrees every fucking day. It's very oppressive. But if you're gonna be on the news, I mean, like, just put on a full t-shirt. That's all I'm saying. Just put on a full fucking t-shirt.
Cops all together, all outside of the van, and then, like I said, whenever the one opened up the door, the rest of them all jumped back, trying to stay out of the way.
Did the police talk to you at all? I know you were out there with your son. Were you guys worried for your safety?
We weren't not worried, but yeah, we didn't talk to any cops or anything. They waved hello, but that was about it. So.
Okay, well, thanks for talking to us. So that's just kind of some of the witnesses, Martha, out here. But we want to get to some of the.
Yeah, so that's just some of the weird shit. The other stuff that was going on that's, currently unfolding. Hagbard says Billy Toma is a peak male physical specimen. This is probably true. It's probably true. All right, what else we got? All right, let's check in on since we're kind of winding down on this portion of the show. Watch this video clip with good old Dan Bongino, who is a person I don't have much of an opinion about, but I don't hate him. I don't hate him, but I have to be honest. I don't really watch much of his stuff, so I don't really know much about him. I don't know how credible he is. So we'll see. We'll see what he's got to say.
There's so many things that went wrong that we have to triage this into a few simple questions, or honestly, we could be here all day. Why was there no spotter? Why was there no post stander down there? Why didn't they secure the air conditioning unit that this guy obviously at this point looks like he leapt on to get onto the building? Why wasn't there a post stander there? But if I had to pin it down to a couple of simple questions, and I've said this to members of Congress, I had Jim Jordan on my radio show and podcast, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I said, I'm begging you, during this congressional hearing, no filibustering, no nonsense, no campaign websites. Get right to the point. Number one, they spotted this guy acting suspiciously, making furtive movements and things like that, 26 minutes before the shots rang out. So let's lowball it. Assume that's 20 minutes before Trump starts making President Trump his way onto the stage. Why was President Trump allowed on the stage? I mean, as a former Secret Service agent, I've got an active open threat I can't locate. So they knew about it 20 minutes before. Apparently, from what I'm hearing from sources, he had disappeared in and out of these buildings, so they couldn't find him. Okay, assume threats happen, right? I mean, even the best security plans, you can get threats at times.
And this is just taking everything at face value, right? Well, you knew somebody a weirdo was out there, and they failed to act. And also, I just kind of don't buy that they couldn't find where he was. Oh, he was too fast. He was too cunning. He's like Snake from Metal Gear Solid.
I've been with him. I mean, I had a guy in a hotel room one time in Indonesia acting funny, and I said, you're going to have to delay the president landing. We found what it was, and then he landed on time. It was no problem. Why was he allowed to walk on stage? I mean, you don't need to be a former Secret Service agent like me to say, wait, so you knew there was a threat there for 26 minutes, and you still let him walk on stage anyway and get shot? I don't understand. Why not just delay the speech? I mean, Joe Biden's late on speeches all the time. The networks will wait. You couldn't wait 5-10 minutes? We have a holding room at every single site. The holding room, you know why it's called the holding room? This is very scientific. Because we hold you there if something goes bad. Right. That's literally why it's called the holding room. Why wasn't it used? That's...
Who is this? I mean, she's cute. Don't get me wrong. Well, who the fuck is this?
Question one, why was he even on stage? The second question, the failed Secret Service director, Kim Cheadle, who has been an abomination for this agency.
The reason why guys like Dan Bongino like to talk to girls like this, because they just let him talk. He just gets the monologue, and they just kind of nod their heads. If he was talking to a dude, there'd be tons of yo, dude, seriously, I agree, man, that's crazy. It would be just constant, because that's what I would do. I would be interjecting, interrupting, speculating myself.
Right now. Just put out today, I was just talking to Mike Davis, I think you saw, is one of the great commentators, love Mike. And Mike's asking some of the same questions you are, because no one can fathom the stupidity here. Kim Cheadle put out a statement that we didn't have a counter-sniper team on that roof because of the slope of the roof. Well, the shooter didn't seem to have any problem with the slope of the roof. Even accepting that the idiocracy of that story, how stupid it is. Why then did you allow him a clean line of sight? I'll give you a quick story I told on my radio show today. You can't mitigate everything. They could have got someone on that roof and they didn't. But say they really couldn't have. It's unstable or whatever. Okay, fine. Accepting this ridiculous story. I did a site once at Hofstra University for Hillary Clinton when she was the first lady. There was a really troubling line of sight issue. We were short on assets. There was a dorm building looking in through the window. Someone could have popped the shot on. We didn't have an asset to get up there. So you know what I did? I had them go to a hardware store. And you know the fake snow? I said, I want you to fake snow spray paint all of those windows. So at least the shooter can't see.
Wow.
It would be a random shot. We don't want it, but at least you're not going to be able to rangefinder. They couldn't even put a campaign banner and block the line of sight for the guy with the biggest footprint in the world. So again, why didn't they block the line of sight? And second, why was he on the X anyway? The X is what we call in the Secret Service where the protectee is standing. If you're in a limo and a limo gets hit, the golden rule is you get him off the X.
Right.
Why was he even on the X? Cover, evacuate, or don't even bring him to the stage. There is no excuse for this. There should be mass resignations. People should be criminally investigated.
You know, the unfortunate reality of this, even with somebody like Dan Bongino, within a month, this will be in the rear view mirror, and nobody will be talking about it. And they should hunt this down like rabid dogs. They should hunt it down like rabid fucking dogs. And they won't. They won't.
Investigated for what happened here.
So can the FBI actually investigate this? Do you trust them to do that?
No, do I trust the FBI? That's like asking an alcoholic if you trust Jose Cuervo. Like, no, I absolutely don't. I want to say I hope they prove me wrong. I'm also a realist, and I realize the FBI has some decent people. I worked with them. The management right now is an abomination. And what I'm afraid of is even if you get a bunch of good rank and file investigators who find out something serious, I don't know what that is or could be. I don't put out stuff I can't back up. That I don't trust Christopher Wray to tell people the truth. I just don't. I mean, if the guy had a Moms for Liberty hat on, then yeah, you'd get. Believe me, they'd have every story right now. The guy's parents would be in the gulag. But no, I don't. I hope they prove me wrong. However, I don't say things I can't back up, and until they, I see some evidence that they're hiding stuff, I'll reserve opinion. But their track record, I mean, can we just be honest, is from horrible to atrocious.
And I know you don't say things you can't back up, but in this scenario, based on what you know, do you feel like there's?
It's like he's talking to like a 16-year-old girl. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man?
Something going on here that we've heard speculation that this was an inside job, that there were other people involved.
Listen, opinions are like the holes, right? Everybody's got one. Until I can back it up, I don't even want to speculate. But I will say it is an
Hold on, opinions are like the holes, right? What a gentleman.
oddity. I mean, that's, I guess, saying it's an oddity is an opinion, but it's opinion based on fact. He has no social media profile now in 2024.
20-year-old.
I mean, wouldn't you think that was weird? Like, you didn't. I think the neighbors.
I mean, honestly, if he didn't, good for him. Nobody should be on this shit. But it does seem a little weird.
Neighbors would be like, "Oh, this guy's strange. He doesn't have a social media profile." So I find that odd. But again, I doubt inside jobs because there are so many people
I doubt
that
it.
read in on that plan. And it's just there's always.
No, it doesn't require a lot of people. It requires a few, like maybe 2 or 3, and somebody apparently to not show up for work that day. And that's all it took.
A leaker.
This is always the big, the smoke screen that they put on this stuff when they try to discredit these kinds of theories. They're just like, well, so many people would have to be involved. It's like, not really. If you just have a couple people in the know and you have a bunch of like yes men, which is most government employees, doesn't require that much.
But I don't discount anything. Listen, after Spygate and Russia collusion, it'd be irresponsible for me to do the opposite too and go, oh, no, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, what evidence do you have it didn't happen? I don't. So, we'll see. But I hope they prove me wrong.
I hope they prove me wrong, young lady. All right, so the RNC is going on. We're going to shift gears a little bit. The RNC is going on, and we're not going to really cover much of the RNC stuff because that's, it's just kind of Republican red meat. But I thought this was kind of funny. So CNN asked Zelensky what he thought of J.D. Vance for some reason. Because, of course, dear leader over there has got to get his opinion in. Like, who gives a fuck about what Zelensky has to say about anything that's going on in our government? But, he's afraid that the spigot is about to be turned off, the money spigot. And he's afraid.
Senator J.D. Vance, who was in Munich at the security conference but didn't meet with you, he said that even if you got the $60 billion in aid, it is not going.
You got to look at the sicko's face. Look at this sick, like the glee she has. This is like a mean girl talking gossip. You know, it's the same kind of reaction. Like, ooh, I'm going to really stir something up right now.
Got the $60 billion in aid. It is not going to fundamentally change the reality on the battlefield. What's your response to that?
I'm not sure that he understands what's going on here. And we don't need any rhetoric from people who are not deeply in the.
Hey, I tell you what, buddy, when we sign your checks, you have to fucking listen to it. So shut the fuck up, you fucking welfare queen.
People who are not deeply in the war. So to understand it is to come to the front line to see what's going on, to speak with the people, then to go to civilians.
Hey, Zelensky, what would have happened if, like, you know, a year and change ago, you agreed to the terms of the peace deal that was offered to you? What would have happened? You know, I don't know. Maybe a few hundred thousands of your countrymen would still be alive. You wouldn't be sending 45-year-old men, stealing them off the fucking streets, throwing them into vans. Yeah, maybe we don't want to, you know, fund that kind of shit. Maybe at that point it's over.
To understand what will be with them, and then what will be with them without this support, and he will understand that millions of people have been.
I think this dude's got like a gun to his head all the time, being like, you know, this is what we're doing, dude. Fucking get in line, pal. I don't think he's even this crazy to do what he's doing. And now that the world has kind of forgotten about it, like he's no longer an international superstar on magazines. And remember him and his wife are on Vanity Fair? Oh my God. Has Sean Penn been by lately? Where's Ben Stiller at? Like, fuck you.
Killed. Will be killed.
So he doesn't understand it.
Because he doesn't understand it. Of course, God bless, you don't have the war on your territory.
Senator.
No, we do actually have a war on our territory, asshole. That's why we need our own money. We're literally in fucking going down the tubes economically, and we're sending untold amounts of money to a foreign country to fund a war. Kato says Zelensky learned English to advance his agenda. Should have had some fun with it. Send Christopher Walken to be his tutor. I'd be down. So, where does that take us? Where are we going? Where are we going now? Oh, okay. Hold on. We got some stuff going on at the RNC. A few other things happening outside of the RNC. But this was a little funny clip of a dude fucking with some news lady. Just made me laugh. It's pretty awesome.
Issue and to reach out to the Secret Service, but I can
No, we're not actually listening to this woman. We're watching the background.
tell you this. They have a lot of questions as to who exactly at the Trump campaign knew and when, because I have talked to a number of people who have been on the ground.
Where's the Jeffrey Epstein client list? Based.
Former president in recent days and weeks who had no idea. Now, one thing to remember is that Donald Trump is a
And there's nothing she can do. There's nothing they can do.
very tight-knit security team. He has been with the same detail for years. He is very close to them. They have a lot of respect for him, and he has a lot of respect.
That's pretty funny. That's just a little goof. It made me laugh. It made me laugh. Sometimes, you know, boomer shit makes me laugh. I'm an old soul at heart. So this was a great clip. Fucking Don Jr. just bodying this piece of shit. It's a wonderful thing to see. And also, I wish he pushed back a little bit more, because this guy he's a liar. He just lies. It's crazy.
What is that change going to look like, Don? What practically, your father as president, I think you would even say, was a divisive figure. What's it going to look like in the second term?
I don't think he was a divisive figure at all. I think the media created divisiveness around him. They lied about Russia collusion. They said he was a traitor. They went after him in every which ways possible. If the media actually starts being an honest broker, talking about the things that he did, the prosperity he brought, the peace deals that he signed around the world, rather than the disaster that we're living right now, I think you'd do everyone in the country a big favor.
I know immigration's important to him. I covered the family separation crisis.
I know immigration's important to the president. I covered this family separation. Yeah, I'm sure you cover that very honestly, Mr. MSNBC.
I covered the family separation crisis closely. Will we continue to see policies like separation?
Kimberly Guilfoyle used to be such an alluring creature. I don't know what the fuck she did to herself. These women just accept that you're getting older. Age gracefully. You're already beautiful. What the fuck is wrong with you? It makes me so furious when I see women that just do this to themselves and they look like fucking monsters.
Separating 5,000 children deliberately from their parents.
You mean the Obama administration?
You know they didn't do that, sir.
Okay, sure.
Literally, the pictures of kids in cages was from 2014. The media ran a bunch of stories of kids in cages, and they used a picture from 2014 and said that was Trump's border. This guy is a fucking reptile.
Will there be a second family separation policy?
It's MSDNC, so I expect nothing less from you clowns. Even today, even 48 hours later, you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait with your lies and with your nonsense. So just get out of here.
What is that?
Good for him. Good for him. I wish he called him a fucking liar. Just say it, dude. Fuck these people. It's not the time for civility when it comes to a creep like that. Just fucking go for it. So outside of the RNC, there was a little scuttle. There was a little action today. Somebody got shot. Somebody got shot today. And I have the answer. I know who it was that came out. So, but first we'll watch the police reaction.
Okay, I'm coming.
Now, it was originally reported as a shooter. There was a potential shooter outside of the RNC. So, and this is all the surrounding chaos that happened in that wake. But the real story, or at least who the guy was, did actually come out. And of course, and it was this guy. He gave an interview with, I guess, Freedom News TV, which I feel like I've heard of, but I don't think I really watch it. Kata says, remember when liberals popularized divorce and ruined a generation of people? Then they whine about invaders being separated? Yeah, exactly. It's a genocidal posturing. It's insane. It's fucking insane. They only care about this shit because it's abstract. They don't actually have to deal with any of this stuff. Like I said earlier, they are insulated from the consequences of the things that they support. It's just like, I don't know, you don't want to get separate. You don't want your family separated at the border, which, by the way, the reason why they did it a lot, that is the way they did it, is because of all the human trafficking that happens. They steal children and pose as their parents to get into the country. So it was there to actually try to stop kids from being human trafficked, sex trafficked, etc. So it wasn't just some evil policy. There was like a reason for it. But of course, that would be a wild thing to fucking bring up. But anyways, this guy, he's real broken up about this dude that got shot. I guess he was his friend.
Dad wanted to see one of my friends taken out like that, especially by police, and it was senseless to me. That was truly senseless because they didn't have to do what they did. And
Kato says he's got to head out. It says, fantastic show. Well, thank you, Kato. Good night to you as well, my friend. Thanks for stopping by, man.
I don't know what's up like this. I just want to go home, but my wife ain't ready to leave. There was an altercation between two gentlemen. One gentleman had a knife. When he came out to, when he was trying to tell the police came to tell him, drop the knife.
So there was an altercation between two men. One of them had a knife. So does this mean that this guy was pulling a knife on somebody and the cops shot him? Oh, fucking cry me a river, dude. They treat everybody who does something fucked up like they're just some passive, innocent victim in all this, blameless themselves. You know, I don't like the idea of the police shooting anybody, especially if it's not fucking necessary. But even in the way that he's describing it, if you're outside the front of the RNC and you pull a knife on somebody, you know, good chance you might get shot, especially a few days after somebody tried to assassinate the president or the former president, soon to be president again.
He turned around, he looked at the police when he didn't realize they were there. You can tell by the faint look on his face, he was in shock. When he turned back around and he went to turn back toward the police, they shot him multiple times. So that's exactly what happened. To me, from my eyewitness, there's no way you can say there was anything but murder behind with a badge. And that's how I feel about it. And everybody else out here.
It's murder. It's murder to shoot somebody that pulls a knife on somebody. Some crazy. I don't know if they're going to say this in this video, but it was like a crazy homeless guy who was out there just being a crazy homeless guy. And that's tragic in its own way. But Jesus Christ, it just like, it's just to get his fucking moment. A real hero right here. Where were you, buddy? He was your friend. Where the fuck were you when he was getting ready to pull a knife out on somebody? Be like, hey man, this is probably a bad idea.
Start CPR 5 minutes later after you shoot the guy. I mean, they didn't even think nothing about it. Like I said, to me, I've had college degrees and everything. To me,
I have college degrees and everything. Not quite the endorsement it once was.
Book, that's just murder. And if they get away with it, then that just lets us know that we can do anything they want, and we got to do what they say, and they can get away with murder. Because that was murder. That wasn't Frontier. There was no reason for that. Not that many times, and not like that. Taser, yes, I can understand. He had a little knife, and it was still a...
Look at this bitch. Like, have you seen some of these videos when they try to use tasers and shit against crazy people? It doesn't usually work out. He's one of these dudes like, oh, why didn't you just shoot him in the leg? I don't know, man.
Knife. You're trained police officers. You got to use deadly force on that. That just is an overkill. And then all these people out here, I've been up to other murder scenes. The force that they brought up.
I've been out to other murder scenes. Well, you must live in a great neighborhood. Why don't you use one of those college degrees to capture some upward mobility?
To me, this is ridiculous. I've never seen such in no shooting scene in my life since I've been.
There's a million cops out here for the
right, but why? But yeah, if it happened, look, it was just a murder scene a couple weeks ago when they were out here. You didn't see them come like this in the hood.
Yeah, they didn't see them come like this because it wasn't the RNC. Oh my God, what a wild thought.
Jehovah was a good guy. He didn't bother nobody. So for Jehovah to be upset like that, that even surprised us. Because I've been down here for months. I just got my own home last Monday. We're just down here visiting. And since Tent City opened April 1st, whatever, we've been down here. He's been down here. I've never seen him upset. So for him to be...
Tent City. So is this guy also a homeless dude? Well, good thing he's got those college degrees.
Be upset. There had to be something really wrong.
He's talking casually about like, yeah, man, when the Tent City opened. Oh, you have a Tent City in your fucking neighborhood? Oh, that's great. I'm sure the other neighbors love it.
Other than that, he was a quiet guy, kind of stayed to himself, but he was a nice guy.
older guy.
He was a nice guy. He only occasionally pulled knives on people, you know? Only occasionally. All right, so let's watch this. We're going to get into some Tenacious D stuff. But before we do, we're actually going to read their response to what they said, and then we're going to watch what they said to see if we think it's genuine, we'll say. So the first person that came out and made a statement between the boys there, the Tenacious D, if it'll come up, it was Jack Black. He came out and says, I was blindsided by what was said at the show on Sunday. I would never condone hate speech or encourage political violence in any form. No, but you just go out on stage and say that democracy is at stake, and if we don't do this, we're going to live in literal hell. After much reflection, I no longer feel it is appropriate to continue the Tenacious D tour, and all future creative plans are on hold. I am grateful to the fans for their support and understanding. Kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal that he's suspending all stuff. Now, when I first saw this, I was just like, you know what? Maybe Jack Black is being sincere. You know, he's a family man. You know, he's like me. At least in some degree, he's like, he has children and stuff like that. You don't want to advocate for these things when you have a family because your family will be affected. It's not going to be just you. You don't get to just live in a vacuum as an individual. Kyle Glass came out, I think today, if memory serves me correct. The line I improvised on stage Sunday night in Sydney was highly inappropriate, dangerous, and a terrible mistake. I don't condone violence of any kind in any form against anyone. What happened was a tragedy, and I'm incredibly sorry for my severe lack of judgment. I profoundly apologize to those I've let down and truly regret any pain I've caused. Now, he released a statement simultaneously with a news story coming out that he had been dropped by his talent agency. So, maybe not the most sincere statement in the world. But let's watch the video, and then we're going to, if I can find it, and then we're gonna see what the what the people in Australia were saying about them right after it, which kind of led to, I think, their apologies and their canceling of the tour. I don't think that they actually canceled the tour. I think the concert venues and Australia canceled their tour. But let's see. We'll see.
Make a wish, Canada. Don't miss Trump next time.
So now Jack Black's statement was, I was caught off guard. I didn't know what was going on. I would never condone or say anything like that. Well, let's watch his behavior on stage when it was said. Is he horrified? Is he just being professional? That's if you're put on the spot, you're doing a show. It's not impossible.
Thank you. We love you, kids. Vanessa, take it backstage and cut it into pieces, please. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, guys.
Well, he does try to move on from it, but we're only 23 seconds in. But listen to that crowd, man. It's like a crowd full of people like that dude who was just like, yeah, man. Yeah, he should have died. And 100 more people are going to be behind him, and I support it. 100 more people are going to be taking shots at Trump, and they won't miss. And I support that.
How about this guy? Kyle Gass. Happy birthday, Captain. You guys are the best. I don't think we've ever performed on your actual birthday. Yeah. I like it. It's easier to plan the party. I'm gonna take off this. Guys are all nice. Yeah? Oh, shit. Oh. Scrunch you down. I want to blow your birthday horn. Saxophone, please. Oh, shit.
So, yeah, the show just kind of went on. But what was revealed, and this is real. Senator Ralph Babbitt, United Australia Party Senator for Victoria, media release, Tenacious D must be deported immediately. This is from July 6th, so this is from today. And I guarantee you they knew about this beforehand. That's why Jack Black made his statement, and Kyle Gass, is that his name? Is it Gas or Glass? I don't even fucking know. But then he made his statement after this, and after getting released from his contract with his talent agency. Tenacious D should be immediately removed from the country after wishing for the assassination of Donald Trump at their Sydney concert, Senator Ralph Babbitt said today. Tenacious D member Kyle Gass, thank you, making a birthday wish, told concert goers that he hoped the next person to shoot at Trump did not miss. I condemn in the strongest possible way the call to political violence by Tenacious D in Sydney on Sunday, the United Australia Party senator said. Hey, Tenacious D, how's it feel being in a country that doesn't respect free speech? How's that working out for you? To advocate and or wish for the assassination of a president is egregious, disgusting, filthy, evil, and not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. This was not a joke. He was deadly serious when he wished for the death of the president. I call on the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to join me in denouncing Tenacious D, Jack Black, and band member Kyle Gass, and I call on the Immigration Minister Andrew Giles to revoke their visas and deport them immediately. Anything less than deportation is an endorsement of the shooting and attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump, the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States. Ooh, Ralph is based. Australia wrongly locked up Novak Djokovic and deported him because he allegedly undermined public trust in vaccination. Allowing Tenacious D to remain in Australia after calling for the death of a president is unthinkable, and it affirms the weakness of our current Prime Minister, Senator Babbitt said. Oh, it's just a way for him to fucking use that shit. Just a way for him to use it. Brissinger says, I'm back! Fuck Destiny. Fuck Destiny indeed. All right. This is another little thread here. by this guy, Educated Hillbilly. He's a decent follow. I would recommend it. Let me explain to people who have never worked a concert venue before. After Jack Black and his band Tenacious D celebrated the near assassination of Trump on Saturday, they got about 10,000 calls and texts from all the concert venues they'd booked canceling their reservations. You see, these places have to carry insurance to cover any mass casualty event. Yeah, that's after the events that took place in Paris. That became a thing. Some places, it's literally the law. They have to have a certain level of coverage. That insurance is very expensive, as you can imagine, as you can be talking about thousands of people and potential liability. Insurance companies will even ask you to take out additional insurance for a specific event over and above the base insurance the venue carries. Wonder why your concert ticket is so high? Thank Axl Rose. Says, Google it, kid. You know, and I'm not even sure what that's... I have like a vague recollection of what that story is, but I can't remember off the dome. So what do you think happened the second Jack Black and company said this? Threat levels went off the charts. Phone calls to the concert venues, texts, emails, social media posts, all hell broke loose, and there was no way in fuck these venues could afford the level of security these insurers were now wanting or could afford the new insurance bill they were going to be asked to pay. So no, Jack Black's heart didn't magically grow 3 sizes that day. He didn't have any self-reflection. He didn't suddenly have a moral compass. He got his tour canceled. He lost money. Won't be getting on stage high on the good weed and shrooms and jamming with his buddies for millions of dollars and fans fanning his ego. He will fly back from Australia and sit in his mansion getting high, feeling incredibly put upon to have pretended to have morals. Well said. Well said. That's the thing. You know, you can't even trust these people. You can't trust these people to any fucking degree. It's kind of wild. Even then, just slimy shit. Like, you know, in my personal opinion about like saying shit like that, like in America, you should be able to say it. You should be able to say it. It shouldn't be illegal. I would never advocate for something like that. But at this point, like if everybody's talking about, oh, the rhetoric is what creates everything. Well, then you got to take responsibility for it. You gotta. What else do I got before we get into this? This is another thing that has to do with, oh shit, I forgot to play this. But we got to backtrack just a tad. We're going to go to George Stephanopoulos talking about... Why build a business? Oh my God, I hate that I have to have ads. I have to listen to ads. It's hell. I'm not paying for YouTube Premium. I'm not doing it.
For Trump supporters of Trump himself. This convention will go forward in a highly energized fashion. As one person involved in it said, we are going forward with a vengeance.
Okay, John Carl, thanks. Let's bring in our Chief Global Affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz. And Martha, I know you've traveled around the country talking to voters in our deeply divided nation right now. In some ways, this is a horrific symptom of the underlying division in this country.
It certainly is, George, and I'm sure that will probably continue. We saw President Trump raise his right hand, as John just described, and we've seen those pictures. But we could also see him say what I believe was fight, fight. That was his first instinct. And this is a country divided. This is a country, we saw the violence yesterday, the horrific violence yesterday. And we've seen it in places. And we've also seen this morning, we've heard President Trump say he wants the country to come together, to be united. But others are directly pointing the finger at President Biden with, of course, no evidence that he incited this or had anything to do with this.
Look at these fucking sweepers. Like, imagine, like, how can you live with yourself if this is what you do for a living? Just being a liar. Like, you guys want Trump, like, they wanted Trump to own Fight Like Hell. Like, he had said something crazy. Biden's been calling this dude an authoritarian fascist for fucking 8 years. Does he have to not take no responsibility? And nowadays, it's really funny. These people don't do it. But Lester Holt interviewed him again. The other, was it today? Did it come out today? Biden can't make a fucking coherent statement. But what he did say is like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said, you shouldn't have used the word bullseye, which was so retarded. It's so retarded. They're hyper-focusing on this kind of throwaway bullshit. Like, nobody thought that's what Biden meant. It's everything else that has been said before that leads up to this moment. It's not some fucking throwaway line like that, but that's what they're going to hyper focus on because they can kind of they're going to be able to diffuse it, obfuscate.
Assassination attempt. We heard J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance, who is one of the leading picks for vice president, in a tweet say, this is not just some isolated incident. The central premise of the Biden campaign is that President Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. That rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination.
Show me the lie. Show me the lie. Show me the lie, bitch.
Again, there is no evidence of that. We do not know the motive of that shooter at this point. And others also, Vivek Ramaswamy saying President Biden's ritual condemnation of political violence are insufficient. No amount of verbiage today changed.
Oh no, are Republican politicians jumping on a moment? Jumping on a piece of stray rhetoric? Oh my God. Who would ever do such a thing?
Changes the toxic national climate that led to this tragedy, saying that Trump's safety is nothing short of an act of God. And I think you'll see a lot of supporters thinking the same thing. And also, George, we have to point out, no matter who the shooter, what the shooter's motives were, no matter who the shooter is, you are going to hear conspiracy theories going forward.
See, they have to kind of see that out there. Remember, guys, everything you hear is fake. They have to kind of make their audience comfortable. No, guys, we don't live in clown world. Everything is under control. Everything is fine. You're going to hear a lot of crazy shit, but it's just all crazy shit. Don't pay attention to it.
No question about that. But as you point out those statements from J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well.
Well, absolutely, George.
Yeah, maybe his crazy supporters have, right? MAGA people are a little wild. 100%. Like, I'm talking true MAGA-tards. They're pretty wild out there. But it's not from the media apparatus. It's not from the political apparatus. So fuck you.
We were just looking back this morning at some of the things that former President Trump has said. He warned last.
See, look at these fucking people. Let's look at the things he said that caused this. We didn't do anything. So they're going to list off a bunch of crazy rhetoric that Trump has said. Probably not that crazy, honestly, especially when you look in context. It very rarely ever is. While also saying that anybody accusing them of doing anything untoward is completely ridiculous. Brissinger says this is true, but this is a small percentage of them, dude. No, it is a small percentage. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush at all. I'm talking about like the really, like it has become their personality types. Most MAGA people are just normal people. Work regular jobs, and they just really like Donald Trump.
Last March of potential death and destruction if he were charged by the Manhattan District Attorney. Our country is being destroyed as they tell us to be peaceful. Trump and Jen.
Yeah, he's right, dude. And you guys are the sweepers. You guys are the propagandists. Yes, our country is literally being destroyed from the inside out. Do we all have to go back to 2020, the summer of love? All the crazy bullshit that was said about what was going on. You know, you couldn't leave your house unless you wanted to go, throw shit at cops. Like, give me a break.
January warned of bedlam in the country if the criminal charges against him succeeded. And of course, in March, he said, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it. He said he was partly joking and that was taken out of context. But those are indeed his words. And you have heard it from supporters as well. And supporters are certainly.
What about you guys? What about you guys? You don't want to, there are some great clips out there. I unfortunately don't have one to show you guys, but there's compilation clips that go on for hours of people saying the wildest shit about Donald Trump. Most of it demonstrably false. It's fucking disgusting.
In some parts angry, and let's remember January 6th. In so many ways for the campaign, January 6th will probably be in the background after yesterday's event. This is a very difficult.
Oh, that's really what she's sad about. She's like, damn it, we're no longer going to be able to bring up January 6th all the time and use it as a cudgel. The 45 minutes heard around the world. Fuck you.
time for this campaign. I'm sure this week in Milwaukee that President Trump will highlight this, and President Biden is going to have to figure out how to go forward with this campaign and what exactly they say.
Martha Raddatz, thanks very much. Let's bring in John Cohen.
Thank you so much, Martha. I just wanted to show you how disgusting these fucks are, because it just didn't even take very long. It was just a few days, and everybody was fucking out. Everybody was out for it. It's just so fucking gross. But anyways, so we're gonna bring the show home. We're gonna do a little Destiny here. Well, I said little, I meant it. So he was on to he's been spurging out like crazy. Okay, Destiny has been losing his shit. He's part of it's engagement farming, but I also think he's also just kind of losing it a little bit. In all sincerity, I think he's just fucking broken himself. Because he's all like he's a traitor, he's un-American, he tried to do a coup, all this kind of crazy shit. The fake electors scheme, he's obsessed with that. He's had several lawyers from all different stripes explain to him why that wasn't that big of a deal. But he decides to take his own opinion of his non-lawyer friends, all these streamers, 20-somethings, people in their early 30s, and they're like, no, we know the truth. We know how the law works. It's not unsurprising that he's as brazen as he is. But let's check in with this debate that he was in. Apparently, from what I understand, Piers Morgan, of all fucking people, do you ever bodies him? So it should be interesting to at least watch from that perspective. I'm going to try to put my ad blocker back on. I hate these motherfuckers. There we go. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it don't. Got to find the right spot in the video. Here we go. So because they come in 15 minutes into this video. But yeah, this is what we're going to end the night with. Should be a lot of fun. We get Destiny and we get Chunk Yogurt. I mean, come on. Come on. What a special day. Piers Morgan is a savvy operator, man. He really is the kind of guy. I don't like Piers Morgan, but he's the kind of guy that really knows how to read the room in terms of what's going on in media. And he kind of shifts whatever he's doing at any given time to kind of be a part of that. So recently, over the past 6-7 months, Piers Morgan, or actually since last October, essentially, he started kind of engaging with the YouTube world. People like Destiny, Libertarian Dave Smith is on here all the time now for some reason. And it's one of those awful kind of panel shows where people just yell at each other. It's really unproductive. It's stupid, but sometimes it's entertaining. And hopefully this one will be. Like I said, I have not watched it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Brissinger says, I knew I would get the lowdown on Destiny here. Well, Destiny is just, he's just I have so much contempt for him because he's not stupid. He's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. He just realized he could be pro-Israel and turn himself into a crazy partisan hack. I mean, he spent the last year studying the history of Israel and Palestine and all this kind of shit. Or when I say studying, I mean in quotes studying. Because he has to study to go have conversations with people that just do shit for a living. It's insane that he's invited on these panels and for these debates, but his star rose considerably. And I think a lot of it went to his head. He had never been this famous outside of the sector, he doesn't even have 1 million subs. Destiny is kind of a niche dude, but he does very well for himself. But let's see what's on offering here.
Politics. If this individual is running for presidency, if he can tangibly show that he's at risk, why would you not allocate the necessary resources to keep this man safe?
Congressman. Yeah, I think they're talking about RFK because they refused him Secret Service protection, but they capitulated. They did capitulate. I think this is from today, but maybe it was filmed yesterday. I believe today they agreed to give him a security detail.
Corey Mills, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers. Honored.
Well, joining me now is commentator and streamer Destiny, host of the Dave Rubin Show. Dave Rubin, co-founder of the Young Turks.
Dave Rubin also sucks. So does Chunk Yogurt. Everybody on this panel sucks. It's just a panel of suck.
Check Yuga and the Outkick host, Charlie Arnold. Well, welcome to all of you. Check Yuga, we've spoken a lot about this presidential race. over the last year. Where are we now with this? Is it right to assume that two things?
Like, imagine having to just sit there and stare dead into a camera, waiting to be beckoned. Like, to me, this is like this would be so humiliating in a way. It's just because it's pageantry, it's theater, it's like not even real.
Things have happened as a result of this attempted assassination.
It's also very dystopian. This is fucking like what we, I love fucking dystopian sci-fi movies from any age, really, but it reminds me of something you'd see in like the 80s. Just a bunch of fucking bobbleheads arguing about something. Something like out of Starship Troopers, the movie, not the book.
One is that Donald Trump has got exponentially more popular because people feel a real empathy with him for what happened. And secondly, that Joe Biden is more likely than not now to remain the Democrat nominee.
Yeah, because there's no reason to replace him anymore. And whoever's on their mic, I have headphones in so I can hear it. They got chattering in the background. It's really annoying. Brissinger says he's going to go down in history as the smallest, biggest smart retard. I can't disagree with that. Brissinger says, can I just say Destiny is in his house? Everyone else is pretending they aren't home. Brissinger says, good movie. Funny.
Yeah.
It is a good movie.
So,
actually, I got to put that on the list for watch and talks. We got to do Starship Troopers one night. I got to rope Prophet into that, though. It's me and Prophet. If you go back on our YouTube channel, it was kind of when early days of Prophet being involved with Zoobox. We did a great, awesome podcast. Like it was like almost 3 hours long. We talk about the book. We talk about the movie. We compare and contrast. We talk about life, philosophy, a lot of stuff. It's a really great episode.
So there's no reason to unilaterally surrender to Donald Trump now, but that's what it looks like the Democrats are doing. So I hope that they pick up the campaign to oust Biden again, because he's clearly not going to win. All the interviews are disasters. I don't want to surrender to Trump, but apparently Democratic officials are considering it, which would be just keeping Biden in the race. That is a form of surrender, because they don't want to waste any of their so-called talent because they're so despondent about the race. I think that's pathetic. They should fight. And if they have a new ticket, they still have a perfectly good chance of beating Donald Trump. Now, I do want to say, though, there's a second topic here. Your interview with Corey Mills, Representative Mills there, I think it was dangerous and wrong. So you guys said, oh, well, this shouldn't be a partisan thing and we should turn down the rhetoric. And then you implied that maybe the Secret Service or the Biden administration allowed the shooting to happen.
Well, no,
that's
nobody,
nuts.
no,
That's
no,
not
hang
turning.
on. Nobody
you
implied
definitely
that.
did.
Like I love these people. They just like they're all mind readers. What you really meant to say was you just didn't have the balls. Brissinger says in reference to Starship Troopers, I love when the girl gets eaten. Yeah, Izzy, dude. Rest in peace, Izzy.
Nobody definitely did, Pierce.
Well, I certainly did.
You kept talking about, well, look, I'm not saying conspiracy theory, but hey, it's so easy to find. And why didn't they find it? You didn't just say negligence.
Hang on, I didn't.
And forget about you, Corey Mills.
Right, okay.
He didn't say,
Just to be
hey,
clear,
look, hey,
okay.
He said maybe it's not just malpractice. Maybe it's not just negligence.
This is how all these shows are. That's why they're so annoying, because it's just like Chank or whoever will just go in on something and just hyper fixate on some kind of something that's like stretches the truth a little bit to suit his agenda.
I didn't.
What does
I
that
didn't
mean?
say that.
Is a lunatic suggesting?
Am I allowed to respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First of all,
is a lunatic suggesting that the federal government is untrustworthy? I don't know, Chank. You're supposed to be some sort of progressive. Aren't you suspicious of all these intelligence agencies and Secret Service? And I mean, aren't you? You don't even like Biden. Fucking President Applesauce brains.
I didn't say anything that you just said. Secondly, he did raise the specter that there's something very odd about all this. And by the way, there is. I'm not a conspiracy theorist either. But the idea that the President Trump, who was recently the President of the United States and is very likely to be again, was shot from 150 meters by a kid with an AR-15 who was seen by spectators nearly a minute before he unloaded 8 bullets in the direction of Donald Trump is very, very strange. And if you don't think it is, then I think you're being a little bit disingenuous. Now, what is the nature? What is the nature of that strangeness?
So you are a conspiracy theorist. Like, you're a psycho for observing reality and fucking noticing something. Like, what? Like, these fucking bootlicking pieces of shit. Like, it's so disgusting. Oh my God.
We don't know what's happened here, right? But no one can yet give a legitimate explanation as to why this could possibly have happened.
Yeah, and the explanation ended up being that the roof was too sloped, or maybe the guy didn't show up for work that day, so just nobody did anything, and the Secret Service didn't bother checking to see if the local yokel cops that they had hired apparently to do this really important job were doing their job. It's fucking, it's. I mean, just to even notice that's a fucking problem. Brissinger says, well, they are getting well paid, okay? I don't even, dude, I don't even know if they get paid to be on a show like this. They just do it because they're clout chasing goblins.
If you say it's negligence, I'm with you. If you say it's malpractice, okay, I get it. 160 feet, why is he on the roof, etc. But you're clearly implying that it is odd, as in not negligence, but something that was planned.
I don't know.
Well, first of all, saying something is odd and it could turn out that it's negligence is completely plausible. Like, why? Like, what is there this rush to just shut down all conversation about it? Like, it's so. I don't even know what to say anymore. I've said it all already. Brissinger says, "What would you do for $500,000?" I don't know. That's a good question. I don't even know if I could answer that unless somebody presented presented me with that, like, for real. I'd love to be able to say, well, I don't stand on my principles, and no, I wouldn't take that money. But who knows? I mean, would I go on a show like this and start yelling at people for fun? Fuck yeah, I would. Why not? Might as well get into the arena. It's never going to happen, dude. Zoobox is like fucking vapor. There is no traction for Zoobox. There never will be. I've accepted this.
No,
by
I'm
the
not.
government.
No, I'm not. I don't know.
Hey, get out of here, man. What the hell? Jesus Christ with these...
Yeah, because he must be at the RNC. That was Alex Stein.
Lunatic Republicans. Total lunatic Republicans. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me you're a lunatic.
Yeah, lunatic Republicans because he interrupted you and made fun of you during your fucking interview, chunk.
Conspiracy theory about how odd
I don't have...
Brissinger says, we love Zoobox, though. Laugh out loud. Well, I love you guys, too. Thanks for being here, man.
Have any conspiracy theories? Do you not think it's odd, Cenk Uygur, that this kid could
crazy
stroll
that
across a roof unmanned and just fire off 8 bullets at President Trump from 150 meters? Do you not find that odd?
So I find it deeply troubling. I think that there should be an investigation to...
I fucking hate these people. Then everything turns into semantics. Well, you used a word I didn't like. Whatever, faggot. Okay?
See how they screwed this up. I think the fact that they didn't get there on the roof quicker speaks poorly of them. On the other hand, can we acknowledge that the Secret Service surrounded the president and would have taken a bullet for him and would have died for him? But all they're getting now is odd conspiracy theories about how maybe...
Why do they all have to be involved? That's the smokescreen. That's the obfuscation. Well, everybody had to be in on it. Like, no, not really. Not at all.
Well, I mean, aren't you implying... Hold on, Pierce, you tell me. Aren't you implying that they let it happen?
No.
Aren't you implying that, obviously? What does odd mean? What does odd mean?
No,
Go
I'll
ahead,
tell you
me what
what
odd means.
I don't know. What does troubling mean, Chunk? What does troubling mean? What does disturbing mean?
Tell you what odd means. Odd means that the Secret Service's primary function is to preserve the life of whoever is president of the United States, right? And they allowed this roof to be unmanned.
Allow.
Well,
You use the word allow.
They use the word allow. Yes, whether it was negligence or intentional, they allowed it. Yes, Cenk, it's the English language. Let me go back to Kyrgyzstan or whatever the fuck you're from. Oh, Turkey. I'm sorry. Brissinger says they need to just put bibs on and start throwing food at the camera. Dude, they should. This should be in a coliseum, and they should be filled with people just throwing shit at them while they try to talk.
Okay, somebody made a decision not to have that roof patrolled, even though...
You don't even know that.
Hang on. Well, somebody did because it wasn't patrolled.
No, that's also not true.
Well, it is,
so look,
it is true.
Pierce.
Actually, well, it is kind of true. And there were people warning the police. 26 minutes. They knew this kid was around for 26 minutes. 3 minutes before the shooting, somebody else was pointing it out to the police and to the Secret Service in the tower, trying to direct them. Look over there, look over there, look over there. Dude, there's a gun. There was people in the crowd yelling, yo, there's a dude with a gun over there. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. I don't know how to say your name. We're going to call you Spent. He's Spent. First time here. Well, welcome.
Piers, we don't know the last time they looked at that roof. We don't know if they looked at it and then the guy crawled on afterwards.
Here's what we do know.
Now, you mentioned,
Here's
hold
what
on,
we do
hold
know.
on.
There was nobody on the roof from the Secret Service. Why?
So you're telling me that you know that under Biden, Trump, and all the other presidents, that every roof had a Secret Service person on it in every rally?
Actually, in Cenk, because, you know, he's a newsman, but he can't be bothered to look for information to see what the protocols were. You know what I mean? Like, what do they do when they go out there? Well, they did know about that roof, and they decided not to put somebody up there. That's from the head of the Secret Service herself. Yes. Yes, Slay Queen. That's from her mouth. They decided not to put somebody up there. And then they didn't really have anybody watching it. They had the local yokels that were just kind of around the perimeter.
Remember,
you don't know that. You don't know that.
Can you ever remember a president or presidential candidate who was a president giving a speech at a public rally where a roof 150 meters from his head is...
And Chunk knows. He knows what he's saying is fucking retarded. He knows. He knows full goddamn well. Full goddamn well. But he's such a partisan piece of shit that he has to go into this weird semantic obfuscation. Oh, we can't speculate. We can't speculate. All you people do is speculate. You talk about the incoming fascist authoritarianism with no fucking basis. No fucking basis. You fucking look at the shit that's going on, the lawfare that's going on, and you don't have a problem with it. Well, that's the system. That's the system at work.
Unprotected by Secret Service. Can you name once
How the
ever
hell would I know
that's
that?
happened?
How the hell would you, Piers? How the hell would you know that? You don't know anything.
I am told
So
by-
if you say to me,
I have been
hold
told-
on. If you
No, yeah, Cenk could have found this out. He just didn't want to. Brissinger says, so violent are your gestures, Junkie. How about using quiet hands next time? How well do you think Chunky plays poker? Not very well, I would imagine. He says, that's the Turk guy? Yeah, that's from the Young Turks. That's Chunk Yogurt, the founder of the Young Turks. Actually, Dame Pesos has an amazing video. I think it's called The History of the Young Turks. It is so good. We should watch it sometime. It is so goddamn funny.
say to me,
I've been told by
listen.
I've been told by many experts in the last 36 hours.
Like that lunatic Republican you just had on, who's an expert.
Actually, no.
Talking about, oh my God, oh yeah, I'm not so.
Well, he was
I don't
also
think it's just
okay.
negligence. Then what does that mean?
Okay.
Then you think it was allowed?
Actually,
you
the
think it was
congressman.
planned.
See, Chunk Yogurt's like debate style is just to yell until you stop talking, and then he's right.
Who planned it? Who planned it?
Actually, the congressman that I spoke to was on the sniper protection detail for Joe Biden when he was vice president. He probably knows more about it than you do, with great respect. Unless
Okay.
you're about to tell me you are a covert sniper protector, are you?
No, I'm telling you that we don't know anything about when they checked the building. We do know that there was the red-haired guy who talked to the BBC. He told the cops. Then the cops showed up. It's not like they didn't show.
Do you think Chunk will retract his statements? Because I assume this was filmed before it came out that they were aware of this kid for 26 minutes. They didn't know where he was. They couldn't find him. Oh, suspicious character. Well, you know, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Brissinger says, okay, got it. Dame Pesos. Yeah, Dame Pesos. It's called The History of the Young Turks, I believe. But he's got two amazing videos. He has Election Night 2016, and he's got The History of the Young Turks. The History of the Young Turks is like, it's a real documentary, but done in kind of a satirical way, and it is incredible. Brissinger says, dude, Chunky doesn't even know what his statements are. No, he's just yelling. He's just fucking yelling. It doesn't matter if whatever he says makes sense or is coherent. He doesn't care. He's a Joe Biden voter.
Show up. And so if you say, hey, we should investigate and find out when was the last time they did the perimeter check? When did they get on that roof? I totally agree. If you say negligence, I totally agree. If you say...
He Spence says, and there were police in the building. Yeah.
Trump was brave in that moment. I totally agree. But if you start implying, which you definitely are, and Corey Mills definitely is, that it was planned or that it was so odd that it happened, you're saying it like the Epstein thing was odd. The Epstein
Like suddenly Chunk Yogurt cares about nuance when you're talking. Are you fucking kidding me?
thing was actually odd. So the video camera's out. That makes me think, yes, there was something planned. I'm brave enough to say that. Instead, you're implying it. Corey Mills is implying it. So just say it then.
No.
Don't tell. What does odd mean?
Okay, again, I will say to you, I am not saying anything was planned. I'm not saying there was any.
He Spence says it's a new report. Yeah, I mean, this is all breaking. This is all happening in real time. So we're probably behind all the information that's been coming out as we've been live streaming. So if there's any holes here in what we're talking about, I do apologize for that. I'm only one man, you know?
The inside job at the Secret Service to allow this to I am simply saying.
You're implying that. You get that, right?
Here's what I'm implying.
You're implying that?
Here's what
That's
I'm
what
implying.
The viewer's going to think.
Here's what I'm implying. There was such a catastrophically negligent failure here by the Secret Service. I completely understand.
Fucking Dave Rubin thinking about sucking his husband's dick. He's like, oh, fuck, I could be getting fucked in the ass right now. I could be calling my nanny to go get the babies because my husband wants to fuck me in the ass right now.
Why so many people are utterly bemused that this could ever have been allowed to happen.
Oh, Russian asshat in the chat says 67 followers. Thanks, man. I really do appreciate that.
The idea you have a perfect vantage point over Donald Trump from 150 meters at a public rally, given how divisive and polarizing he is, given how vehemently some people hate him, and given the threats of violence he's had on many, many occasions, the idea that that roof remained unmanned by Secret Service is to me very bloody odd, Cenk. Yes.
So you're implying that there is a chance that it was planned?
No.
Why do they go in circles? Like, what's the point? Piers, be a host. Move on. You've been talking about this for fucking 8 minutes.
I'm not. I'm implying
that's literally what you just said.
Literally what I'm doing is implying that there's something we don't know about what's happened here, and we need some
Okay,
answers.
then what would it be?
We need some answers I have no idea. I don't know. Now let me go to some of the other panelists, because we've expended a lot of energy on this. I think, Jake, you have to go, so I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling me a conspiracy theorist. Thank you for joining me. Let me go to Dave Rubin.
Anytime.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin, this is the problem.
Yeah, Chunk Yogurt is very busy at the RNC spurging out someone. He's very busy.
If you can't raise questions, serious questions about what's happened here, or suggest that it's off.
Brissinger says, you have to understand, these are the two oldest people in the room. You know, you're not wrong. It's got that boomer energy, you know? It's got that Facebook fight energy.
Without being branded a conspiracy theorist by people like Cenk Uygur, there's a bit of a problem, isn't there? I mean, it seemed to me, not just negligence. There's something very strange about this whole incident and how it unfurled. I have never seen members of the public, nearly a minute before a shooting at a president, raising the alarm and telling people the guy's on the roof. Have you?
Yeah, well, Piers, I haven't been on camera with that guy in about 8 years, but I'm just reminded of the brain-piercing, serious...
And if you guys don't know, Dave Rubin used to be a part of the Young Turks. He was one of these people like, why I left the left back in like 2015-ish. That's kind of... He rebranded as a classical liberal, and now he's just a conservative, I think. I don't know. He's getting butt fucked by his husband. That's all I know.
Headache you get listening to him. You just laid out very calm and cogent questions as to what happened to the man who is the ex-president and could be future president of the United States. There was either a catastrophic...
Brissinger says, laugh my ass, he starts shitting on Chunk. Well, you know, when Dave Rubin like rebranded and left the Young Turks, they dedicated a lot of time to shit on Dave Rubin. A lot of time. Brissinger says Chunk knew this was coming. Oh yeah, I mean there's no love lost between Buttfucker and Chunk Yogurt.
catastrophic failure, which we're all acknowledging, or something more nefarious. All we can do is ask questions. The redheaded guy with the visor who was interviewed on the BBC saying that it was probably about 2 minutes, and we'll find out the exact details on that, about 2 minutes before, where he was warning law enforcement that there was someone on the roof. Well, in 2 minutes, Piers, right now, I have an IFB in my ear. I have a microphone right here. That's what all of the agents around there have. And they're all connected to a network of people who are telling them where to look and what to do. I'm not an of course, and I'm not.
He Spence says his show on the Blaze. Is he still on the Blaze? I know he used to be. He might be still on the Blaze. I don't even know. I know he does his own thing, and then he started his own media company, Tenet Media. I mean, he's done a lot of entrepreneurial stuff. Like, he was involved with Rumble. He started Locals, and then he sold it to Rumble, making him very wealthy.
Not an expert in this, but we all know this. Corey Mills happens to be an expert.
Brissinger says, what's the fucking green thing to the right of Ruben? Wait for a close-up. It's probably a plant. You know, you got to make these sets look alive. Not everybody is as confident as me and just shows a nightmare shelf. And my boy Mike Lindell. Brissinger says, AI background? I don't know. No, I don't think so. No, it's just the soft focus of the camera. It's probably a DSLR.
And your interview was quite good with him. So the idea that 2 minutes went by and nobody looked at the roof, and by the way, the Secret Service director is now saying the reason they didn't have anyone staged on that roof was because there was a slope on the roof,
nonsense.
and they didn't want one of their agents to get hurt. I mean, I've got roofers out on my roof right now. There's a little bit of a slope. They have special shoes. They make it work. The whole thing is insane, but I would say at the political level, this has re-energized not just the Trump base, which was energized, but this new wide swath of disaffected liberals and UFC fighters and NFL players and just good, decent Americans to realize that Donald Trump is not the enemy right now. And this fake call for unity. Yes, I would like unity in a land of unicorns and everything else, but you can't on one day spend 4 years basically calling the guy Hitler and his supporters Nazi. Then he gets shots, and now we should have unity is just nonsense. I'm sorry.
And also for the current president of the United States to be asked, do you have any soul searching about the language you've used, given that days before this shooting, he told donors that it was time to put Trump in the bullseye, and then he tries to dance his way out of this by claiming, I didn't say crosshairs, as if somehow when you talk about human beings, bullseye or crosshairs mean any difference. Obviously, he didn't.
Brissinger says, good old Mike Lindell. What a lead up to Destiny's outbreak. Apparently, Piers slams Destiny pretty hard in this. I saw clips floating around, but I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait and watch it fresh.
Mean I think Donald Trump should be shot, but obviously if you're a deranged lung,
and actually it was breaking about like 2 hours ago, so it happened while we were streaming. I forgot to mention it. He got kicked from kick.com. Destiny used to, one of the places he streamed was kick.com. He was like YouTube and Kick, because he was banned from Twitch years and years and years ago for a completely bullshit reason, honestly. But yeah, so he's definitely feeling a little bit of a comeuppance, and I think that's making him double down, like really become entrenched in this rhetoric, this kind of, and it's really gross too. Like, there's just no sympathy. There's nothing there. There's a clip of him saying that, like, well, if my parents decide, his parents are Cubans, and if they decided to go to one of these rallies, well, and they got shot, well, that's what you get for going to a fascist authoritarian rally. It's fucking crazy. Brissinger says he obviously wants to be seen as the enemy, but sorry, Destiny, I don't feel threatened. Yeah, no, he's just a hack. He's become just a hack. I mean, he always was, guys. Like, he always was a hack, but now it's so much more pronounced that it's I don't know. It doesn't. It's like everything else. It doesn't shock me. He's had gross opinions for years. Actually, remember back when COVID happened and there was all the stuff about the vaccine mandates, and there's people actually floating the idea if you didn't get the vaccine that the hospital should refuse service to you. Destiny was one of those people. And a lot of that stuff got memory hold because YouTube deleted all of those streams. YouTube themselves deleted all those streams, and obviously he didn't really fight too hard to get them back. But yeah, he's been a fucking weird, actual authoritarian spurg for a long time.
Young lunatic with an impressionable mind. Who the hell knows what that kind of language? We don't know yet, right? About any of the motivation. Apparently, there's a kind of very, very strange, again, a very strange lack of information that they've been able to find out about this young shooter.
Of course, but you also have to understand that there has been an entire media machine, mainstream media machine, and Democrat elite that for years, since before Donald Trump was president, have been calling him Hitler and his supporters Nazis. What would someone do if they truly believe that? I'm not directly linking this to Biden's bullseye comment, as irresponsible as it may be, or anyone else's specific comment. But over time in culture, if things get normalized, and yes, this man is going to put us in camps, and you can turn on MSNBC on any given day, and they're talking about how they're all going to be arrested and taken off the air, and what he's going to do to minorities and gays and everything else.
Yeah, Rachel Maddow literally said that he's gonna create a death squad to go round up journalists. I mean, these people are completely out of their fucking minds, and they get giant platforms. Joy Reid is literally an insane person, a crazy auntie that has a show that nobody watches. We all just watch the clips on X and YouTube. Brissinger says, I'm actually glad he's getting mixed up in this now. Now my red pill bros can relax a little from the BS coming from this troll. And I hope so. I hope so. I hope that is the effect of it, is that he just becomes ignored. He like, and it's been great actually. Since his star has risen, he's done way more high profile stuff, right? He's been on like Lex Friedman, did some debates with him. He was on, he talked to Jordan Peterson, which he turned it into a debate because that's what Destiny does. And he gets bodied every single fucking time because he's so out of his element. He's so fucking arrogant that he thinks that, well, I study a lot for these conversations. So, you know, I'm just like you guys. Like, fuck you.
All utter, complete nonsense. At some point, people might get a...
Actually, if you want to see a good video from me about Destiny, I did an entire nightcap about the interview or podcast or whatever he did with Jordan Peterson. And regardless of how you feel about Jordan Peterson, it's really what it does. It illuminates how stupid Destiny is, and also the tactics that he uses to try to debate people, which is kind of like Cenk. It's semantics, it's obfuscation, it's speculation. He uses a lot of words like probably. We could say this would probably happen, and then if that happened, then all of these other things will happen because of this things that will probably happen. But the thing is with him, the entire core of his argument becomes the probably. And then he builds this crazy shit that comes out of the other side because of the probably. That's how he does it. It's fucking really infuriating when you start understanding that. Brissinger says, I didn't know his parents were from Cuba. Definitely gives off Castro vibes or Trudeau vibes. Take your pick. Actually, Destiny's parents are incredibly based. They're incredibly based. They're like MAGA people. And he resents them for it.
Subtle message and then do something crazy. Again, we don't know if that was what happened
I think,
now, but we certainly can ask about it.
And I think to be completely fair, I believe Donald Trump has spouted a lot of very ill-advised and occasionally very dangerous rhetoric. And I want both sides to dial it down, because actually where this leads to is where it's led to. And in Britain, we've had 2 members of parliament in the last 10 years murdered by people for political reasons, basically because, lunatics have wanted to eliminate them. Let me bring in Destiny, because you've been at the center, as you know, of a massive online...
Well, I'll read this right before we get into the Destiny part of this interview, I guess. Brissinger says his mom wishes she swallowed. No lies detected.
Line response to what you were saying. And I want to go through what you said, and I want to talk to you.
Even Candace Owens bodied this little fucking ghoul. Even Candace Owens, who's like kind of fucking retarded. I don't hate Candace Owens or anything like that, but she's a wild bitch. But even she went in there and completely dismantled him because she just didn't let him get away with his usual bullshit. And he just fell apart. He just falls apart. And he's also a giant pussy if you're face to face. It's hilarious. I actually did a video about that too. That's on the YouTube channel.
To you about this in a hopefully in a calm manner to try and understand what you were thinking. So on Saturday evening, hours after the shooting, you said, let me clarify, when I say conflicted, what I mean is I lean towards seeing it as a natural extension of the thing Trump and the MAGA kids support. So I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt enough to chastise people celebrating it. You couldn't find it in your heart to chastise people for celebrating the near assassination of a man who was president of the United States and maybe again?
Brissinger says Destiny versus Nick Fuentes. Actually, didn't we do that? I think I did that. I did a nightcap when he was on Fresh and Fit. They were on Fresh and Fit, and he got bodied. Nick Fuentes bodies Destiny because Destiny has no fucking idea what he's talking about. And this was back before Destiny had, done more Wikipedia reading. And he gets completely destroyed. He gets completely fucking destroyed. It was hilarious.
Absolutely not. Conservatives have completely bled that well dry. And the idea that they, after engaging in the most divisive and most extreme rhetoric that this country has seen in recent history, that they...
The most divisive and extreme rhetoric. Who are the people that are out there like burning cities down? Is it right-wingers? Is it Trump people? Fuck no, it's not. And he knows that. He's such a slimy turd.
They would come on and beg for sympathy, that it's escalated into some kind of violent confrontation is absolutely insane. Even the idea right now of saying, well, if you call somebody a Nazi for so long, it's, what do you expect people to do? I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh call Obama a communist every single day he was on the radio.
And also they do this thing where they act like we don't live in a completely different fucking world than 25 years ago. Completely different fucking planet, dude. Over the past 8 years, things have changed.
You've got conservatives that talk about how the mRNA vaccines were ways to sneak microchips into us. You've got COVID lockdowns that were done because the government was trying to take all your freedom away. They won't acknowledge anything that happened on January 6th. They say that the election was stolen and that your country is being taken from you. Like, I don't think anybody should be killed. I don't think anybody should go out and kill anybody. But when you engage in this type of rhetoric and when you turn the temperature up.
Look how excited he is. Because he wants to just displace all of the blame. It all has to be this niche minority of people that say this kind of shit. And they're not wrong either. But there's only a niche minority that have the gumption to even approach these subjects. And Destiny wants to blame them for everything. Regardless, like we all haven't been living through the past few years. Like, give me a break. Holy shit.
Over and over and over and over again. There is absolutely no room for you to be shocked or surprised. And there certainly isn't room for you to ask for sympathy.
But Destiny, you say you don't want anybody killed, and yet you say, I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt to chastise people celebrating it. People celebrating the near assassination of Donald Trump. If you can't find it in you to chastise...
And also it's an accelerationist posture to celebrate it, because it implies that you hope that it happens again. Because you're going to say, well, that's what you get. That's what you asked for.
People who do that, aren't you just as despicable as the people you've just spent the last 2 minutes haranguing?
No, because they've led the way. This is the environment that they've created.
So you think behaving like the people you think are despicable is the correct course of action?
Not about behaving like the people who are despicable would be leading that type of rhetoric. It would be denying every single bad thing. How many times as a liberal? How many times as a liberal have you been on?
Yeah, because this is what he goes and starts shit with people and tries to get them to say fucked up things. Like tries to corner them so they lose their shit, because he does his Destiny thing, his rhetoric. Vosh is very similar. Vosh and Hassan at least had the wherewithal to just stop debating people, because they just kept looking bad. They just kept looking bad, and they're like, you know what? I'm just gonna be a streamer, and I'm just gonna put out my propaganda. I don't like being called out by everybody. I don't like the fact that every time I talk to somebody, there's a million retweets of some stupid fucking thing I said. Brissinger, I'm talking about fists, but yeah, Nick would win maybe. I mean, Nick eats fucking chicken nuggets and McDonald's, dude. Come on.
on a show, not you in general, but like a liberal been on a show, and you've been forced to disavow all of the BLM riots, disavow all of the violence, and blah blah blah. And then you talk to conservatives about it. January 6th,
violence,
that was
that's
a false
good.
flag.
Yeah.
January 6th. Oh, like conservatives disavow January 6th?
Wait. First off, there's an entire.
First of all, the entire right wing apparatus, like the media, politicians, yeah, they did. And when they shouldn't have, they did. They capitulated immediately because they're all pussies.
Cultural machine that has lied. There is an entire
we just saw it in real time. That's it.
What?
That's why conservatives deserve absolutely zero sympathy for anything that happens as a result of their rhetoric. That's it. It's so easy. Like, it's so simple.
I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about, but I would say this is the type of person that the internet has broke their brain, thus leaving them with very little empathy for their co-human. I mean, a good, decent father is now dead because of this. He's had his brains blown out because he was defending his wife and daughter. I would hope that you have a little empathy for that.
Actually, he doesn't. Actually, he was laughing about it. Actually said, "Oh, this is the retard that died at the Trump rally." He went looking through his social media to dunk on him. Yeah, that's who he really is. When they tell you who they are, fucking believe them. They don't care if you die. They want you dead. It's fucking insane. The fucking little dweeb who hangs out in his fucking bedroom and streams for 12 hours a day playing video games and pretending like he's a professor? What the fuck?
Well, let me jump in there because we have a clip of what Destiny has said about that very thing. Let's listen to this.
Fuck it. Fuck the dude, the firefighter guy. Fuck Trump. Fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused.
Now, this is what Destiny also does this because I think he's going to say that this is like a bait clip or something like that. He says, well, I do all these kind of fake bait clips to fuck with people. No, he was all over the internet, all over X, spewing his shit. I think he got demonetized because, you know, he was engagement farming for money. And I think they demonetized him because of it was very obvious what he's doing. And he's doing it in a really foul, fucking disgusting way. Now, Destiny has every right to feel this way. He has every right to say all of this shit. 100%. No, I would not take his right away to do that at all. But, you know, at some point, people got to start playing by Destiny's rules, or people like Destiny. And that's what they do. They demonetize you. They deplatform you. And they say, well, you can still say whatever you want. You're just not here. So fuck you. Because this is a type of person that it was 100% supportive of people being deplatformed in the past. And now that chickens are coming home to roost, suddenly he's worried about it. Brissinger says, yeah, no self-awareness. I think he actually doesn't care anymore. No, I legit think he's a little broken right now. You know, that's what happens when you get left for... he's a cuck who got left for some fucking 20-year-old weirdo. His whole life in tatters. DMs of him being a weird, creepy sex pest have been coming out. Like, he's a piece of shit. On a long enough timeline, all of these guys get revealed to be awful human beings, degenerate fucks. Destiny used to live his degenerate lifestyle out in the public. Used to talk about it all the time. And then it blew up in his face. Oh, God. The Schadenfreude. It's so delicious. So fucking delicious.
It seems like I'm... whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am. 100%.
I mean, I got to say, I just found that repulsive, Destiny. Yeah,
I wish that there is no room.
Look at him. Look at this punum. Jesus Christ. People listen to this dude for real, like for serious. They listen to him. They hang on his every word. A bunch of 22-year-old assholes who are fucking terminally online, addicted to streaming.
There is no room for the hand-wringing, and I will not participate in this anymore.
Oh, it's not hand-wringing.
In the hand-wringing. No, it absolutely is.
No, it's just that you are positioning yourself.
So well.
No, but Destiny, let me explain to you.
Where conservatives can say anything.
No, I'm not a
He's fucking like the narcissism has just completely enveloped him. And now he can't even see his way out of it. He can't even have perspective on this. Like, so many people have just been like, yo, just fucking maybe log off for a day or two, dude. Like, you're getting crazy. And then he'll engagement farm and be like, no, fuck you, fuck conservatives, blah, 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 blah. He's so disingenuous. He's a slimy prick.
They can have any conspiracity theories. They can have any plot. They can do any of these things. And then liberals are supposed to sit here and be like, oh my God, it's so tragic.
No, Destiny.
Absolutely not.
Let me explain.
Destiny, hold on a second. I got a call from the past.
Like, oh, what if it's not going on? What if it's not? Whoa,
okay, well, sure.
That's from when he debated Candace Owens.
Absolutely.
Let me explain my position, because I'm not a conservative. I'm not on either side in your race, right? Here's what I think about what you did. You'd like to fire off, as you've done so far in this debate, about your fury at how disgusting Republicans are, how inhumane they are, how they never have any empathy, blah, 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 blah. And then you yourself actually are exactly the person that you're describing. You are
Oh, shit, everybody. Dad's home.
What a terrible, terrible day for this molester.
Human. You are somebody who seems almost gleeful that a young firefighter with a...
And I don't know who this chick is, but I would fuck her brains out if I wasn't married, of course.
Family, with a wife and children, who he was protecting as he was shot dead, that he deserved what was coming to him because he went to a President Trump rally, a man who was president of the United States until recently for 4 years and maybe again. You sound almost gleeful, Destin, and I'm sorry, that makes you, frankly, despicable.
I don't think I'm gleeful about anything. I don't think anybody should die. I don't think anybody deserves to die. But you want to talk about gleeful? Look at the conservative response.
Yeah, but these are just consequences, dude. These are just consequences of your political beliefs. You have opinions that I don't like. And these are just some consequences of that. Oh, shit. Man.
To Pelosi's husband when they broke in.
I can answer that.
The idea that he is conflating what happened with Paul Pelosi. People just kind of made fun of him because they're like, oh, you're like a fucking weird little creepy gay guy who is called a homeless prostitute to come give you drugs and suck your dick, and it didn't work out for you. That's what people were making fun of. They were dunking on him. Yeah, it was an absurd situation for sure. But it's also not at all the same as somebody trying to assassinate a former president and current frontrunner. Not even on the same planet. Not even worth bringing up. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
No, okay.
Mel time.
Why did I say this?
Mel time. It's Mel time.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Mainstream media
I can
figures
answer that.
I don't care.
I can answer that.
With all due
I think-
respect, I don't care what your
Let me
answer
answer
is.
that.
The reality is that conservatives have been turning the temperature up on the rhetoric. They have been making fun of these types of events for years, and now when something happens to them,
Making fun of these type of events. What are you talking? What are these type of events? These type of events haven't happened. Fucking weirdo.
You're dressing up in lingerie before your mirror at home, tucking your dick between your legs, imagining you have a vagina.
now they're looking for sympathy from the liberal side? Absolutely not. It's insane. It's unhinged that you can conduct yourself in such a manner and expect people to feel sorry when things happen.
Why should anybody on the right listen to a word of your hectoring and lecturing about how they should behave? And by the way, for the record, the mockery of Nancy Pelosi's husband when he was attacked by an intruder with a hammer was also despicable, right? I can see despicable behavior on all sides, and I'm happy to call it out when I see it. You, however, want to present yourself as this great kind of standard bearer of decency who sees outrageous behavior on the right time and again and is incensed by this disgusting, inhumane behavior. And yet time and again, since the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, you have displayed exactly the same kind of inhumane behavior. Fuck him about a fireman who is killed because he attends a rally of a guy he wants to vote for.
My issue with the MAGA kids.
My issue.
It might as well be friggin' Pee-wee's Playhouse. Might as well call it Pee-wee's Playhouse. Are you kidding me?
Brister says, I'm about to pass out, bro. Thanks for the stream. See you next time. Hey, thanks for stopping by, brother.
It's not that they are not empathetic. My issue is that they support a president that led an insurrection against the United States. I'm not here to tone police over their empathy.
18 million people voted for Donald Trump last time around.
That's great. 80 million people voted for a guy that tried to insurrect the government, and it looks like they might try to do it again. I mean, like, I don't know what you want me to say. These are the facts on the ground. The idea that
These are the facts. Yeah, he tried to do an insurrection. Yeah, is that the official? Is that how you say it officially? He tried an insurrection, but wasn't charged for it. You think these fuckers wouldn't have charged Donald Trump for insurrectionist behavior if they could? Are you out of your fucking mind, you retard?
You don't like attacks on democracy, so presumably you would unreservedly condemn the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, because that's one of the most egregious attacks on American democracy in modern times. Presumably,
I don't think that
you will
anybody
take
should be
this opportunity,
trying to-
given you
I
are
don't
so
think anybody-
determined to protect the integrity of democracy, you would find it absolutely outrageous that someone has tried to assassinate a president, right?
Oh, whoa. Did Pierce just really cut to the heart of it, didn't he, huh? That he has no beliefs. People like Destiny don't actually believe in fucking anything. They just believe things for moments, for arcs. They perceive their life as arcs on their shows. It's good stuff. This is what he just did to him. Bodied.
If the other conservatives on this show want to say that it was absolutely outrageous
No, I'm
that Donald
asking
Trump
you.
attempted to coup the government,
I'm asking
then,
you.
then maybe I would. Yeah, no, I'm not going to get on my knees and beg for forgiveness or show sympathy to conservatives.
I'm not asking for that.
You know, the best part of this conversation is this lady right here. My God, she's attractive. I apologize for my crassness earlier, but this is a very alluring creature.
I'm asking you to condemn what happened
And I won't apologize for noticing, okay?
as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You can't do that. You see, so why the hell, frankly, Destiny,
Absolutely not.
why the hell should we listen to a word you have to say
Wait, hold
about...
on. Why do you think conservatives haven't been listening to a word that liberals have said about anything for 8 years?
Right,
what do you
but
think is
why
going to
should
change?
they?
You think
But
that if
here's my
liberals
point,
come out now
Destiny.
and they go, oh my God.
Conservatives haven't been listening to anything liberals have been saying. What are you talking about, dude? It's all theater. It's all bullshit. And unfortunately, people are so fucked in the head right now. There's so much mental illness out there that it's spilling out into the reality. It's spilling out into the streets. It's because people are fucked in the head and they can't handle it like they used to be able to. Nobody has perspective. Nobody has fucking lives. Nobody goes through the rites of passage of being an adult. Just perpetual children out there with fucking 85 IQs.
God, this was so horrible.
But here's
They're
my
going to go,
point.
wow, that is true. Maybe
Hey, wait a
that
second.
should also like
Charlie,
Charlie,
I'll bring you in at the end of this. I promise you, and you'll get a good chance to respond. But here's my problem, Destiny, with your whole position on this, right? Is that you don't actually have anything inside you that you want the other side to have. You don't have any of the empathy. You don't have any sympathy. You don't care that someone tried to assassinate
I'm not
Donald Trump.
asking for
You don't
empathy
care
and
that a young
sympathy. You don't-
fireman
you
with a
don't need any
family
of that.
was
I'm not
killed in the
asking for
process.
that.
You don't
Just don't
actually.
support an
You are not
insurrectionist.
the person. You want these other.
He'll just keep bringing, oh, he's an insurrectionist. He's an insurrectionist. Like, what does that have to do with anything? He's not. But what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with your behavior? Like, he's saying that even if that is the case, what you're doing is gay.
Other people to be, and all you do is play whataboutery with every question I give you, and I'm just startled.
It's not what about it?
Which this is his. Well, this is also one of Destiny's favorite debate bro tactics is whataboutery. He'll call it out when other people do it. It's so funny when you watch Destiny debate people. He does the exact same things that he'll like call out other people for doing, like at the same time. It is so hilarious.
We're talking about Donald Trump. We're talking about the temperature of this country. But here's a question for the two panelists. What percentage of this event happening was due to Donald Trump's rhetoric? What do they think the answer to that question is?
What percent?
Yeah, let me ask a retarded question that has no answer. What percentage do you think? This is not a video game, Destiny. Like, fuck. What are you talking about? How are you supposed to answer that? What are you supposed to say? You know what I'm going to say? 5%. 5%. That's my answer.
Percentage could it be that the other side, as we've just heard from Dave Rubin, has spent 8 years calling Donald Trump the new Adolf Hitler, a person who was responsible for the murder of 12 million people, including 6 million Jewish people in a Holocaust. Last time I checked, Donald Trump hasn't murdered 12 million people. So much as you would like him to be...
I mean, come on, Pierce. What are you doing, pal?
Okay, for once, can we not make this about the Jews?
the new Hitler. He's not. But again, to an impressionable young deranged mind who has easy access to guns, that can be easily interpreted as an existential threat, said President Biden. Somebody that needs to be put in the bullseye, said Biden.
Okay,
only last week. And guess what? Guess what? Somebody then comes forward and tries to kill the existential threat.
Rhetoric? Who is engaged in more divisive rhetoric over the 8 years? If you had to guess, if you had to assign a rough percentage,
again, you're playing whataboutery. Again, you're deflecting. Just as President,
it's not whataboutery.
Joe Biden.
It literally is whataboutery. And also the idea that Trump himself is the generator of all of this and not the media apparatus that surrounds him. They don't contribute at all. What's the percentage that they contributed, Destiny? Is it 10%? Is it 20%? Why don't you just ask him that same question? What would he say? He would say the same thing Dave Rubin and Hot Chick are going to say. Very little.
Just as Joe Biden did last night, just as Joe Biden did with Lester Holt on NBC last night, every time he was asked, have you done any soul searching about your own rhetoric, your own ill-advised use of language, he deflected it back to attacks on Trump. And you're doing exactly the same thing with Republicans.
And I will do the exact same thing.
You say Republicans
you want Biden
you say
to
that they are
disavow a
lacking in
bullseye comment when Donald Trump was saying Second Amendment people could maybe do something about Hillary Clinton. Like, no, it's absolutely deranged. The double standard that's being asked here is insane. And you heard both of them say it earlier.
The Second Amendment people could do something about Hillary Clinton. Is that a real statement? What is the context of this?
Much of Donald Trump's rhetoric.
And I will say this. I got to say this. Going after Biden for the bullseye comment is a way to just to obfuscate everything else. Because it's a throwaway. It's a stupid thing. Nobody thought that he was talking about shooting the fucking president or that was going to. It's a turn of phrase. It's very common. I mean, come on. So that's exactly why they're hyper focusing in on that. It's retarded.
Contribute to the current environment? Oh, not much at all. Like, no, yeah, I'm not going to say anything to these people. Of course not.
You see, Destiny,
seem oddly unversed in any of the current events that have happened over the last couple of years. First off, politics is downstream from culture, right? And what has happened to our culture in the last 8 years? What has happened to our culture is that the mainstream media has lied about everything, always to the detriment of right-leaning people, whether it is the Russia hoax or COVID or Brett Kavanaugh's a serial rapist or the Covington kids are racist or Jesse Smollett was was lynched, or whether it was very fine people on both sides. Every single lie always goes against right-leaning people. So they are slightly annoyed and distrustful of people like you and other people in mainstream media who lie about literally everything. So perhaps
literally everything, like biolabs and Nazis in Ukraine, or like mRNA vaccines that are causing 20% excess deaths.
There are Nazis in Ukraine, and there was a biolab there. Oh, shit.
There it is. Yeah, or the fact that COVID lockdowns were going to go on forever, and it was just an authoritarian abuse of power. Or, yeah, of course. Like, come on, dude. Conservatives.
Yeah, they tried to do that for a long time. I don't know if you are aware of this, Destiny, but teachers were refusing to go back to school long after COVID was a problem. They were not trying to go back to normal fucking life. Give me a break.
Are masters of misinformation, and it's happening right here.
All right, let me bring in Charlie. He's been waiting very patiently. Charlie, thank you for being so patient. Things have obviously got quite heated quite quickly. Let me give you your chance now to have your say after what you've been hearing.
Now here's the moral grandstanding. I don't know, Destiny, what were you just doing? Like, he's such a loser.
From Destiny.
Yeah, well, first of all, Destiny represents to me a certain subsect of the left, I won't call it everybody, who likes to bully others into saying exactly what they want to hear. And if they don't say it, then you all of a sudden are the problem. And they handle it exactly like.
Yeah. I like them when they conservative, but they nasty.
He's been handling it on the show. It's like a child throwing a temper tantrum. You can't get a word in edgewise. They just kick and scream and yell until you ultimately say, I've had enough. Just say what you want to say and back down. And that's exactly.
See, that's exactly. And that's the same thing Chunk Yogurt was doing at the top of the show. At the top of this interview. It's the same thing Chunk was doing. Destiny is just like Chunk Yogurt. Wow. He's like the fucking big brown buffalo, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
He's nothing but a ghoul and a goblin who works at the basement.
Destiny definitely works at the fucking basement, dude.
Exactly what we see a lot of times from people on the left. And it infuriates me because just like we saw on Saturday with the near assassination of Donald Trump, which that is exactly what it was. It was an assassination attempt, yet we have, Dave, like you mentioned, all of the mainstream media putting out egregious headlines such as from CNN, Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noises startles former president and crowd, which completely mistells what actually happened.
Accurate. Here it is. This is the conservative. This is the game right now.
It is not.
This is the game. No, it's noticing something. Again, they hate you for noticing something. When all those headlines were put out, it was, and most of them continued on through the weekend after they even found out what happened. Suddenly the media is very careful and they don't want to speculate and they don't want to talk. It's like kind of like David Pakman earlier. Well, I don't want to speculate, but let me say some crazy shit that's just in my head.
Not accurate.
Live right now. You know, Fox News ran that same type of
first
headline,
of all,
right?
we are allowed. We are allowed.
Yeah, Fox News is not a friend to Donald Trump, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
In this country to ask questions. There was a lot of things that were very off on Saturday,
and other
from the
people are
way
allowed
that
to
the
call you
Secret
an idiot
Service
for it.
handled.
So, you know, I love this country. God bless, I guess. Yeah.
You can see. There you go. He immediately resorts
I know. Yeah.
to
Here we go.
allowed to call you an
Here we
idiot,
go.
and that is exactly the childish demeanor that I'm speaking about. On Saturday,
Don't talk over each other. Let me just ask you this, Destiny. You were asked on that clip we played earlier if you'd have the same attitude if it was your parents who'd been killed at a Trump rally. And you replied, it's less end-of-life costs for me. Would I lose sleep over it? No. Do you understand how grotesque that sounds?
It sounds grotesque, but the environment that we're in right now is grotesque.
But why do you want to sound grotesque? I don't understand.
You cannot engage in behavior that leads us to this point, that brings us to the precipice, and then say, wait a second, wait, are you taking this a little bit too far?
So just to be clear, hang on, Dave.
We are exactly here
just to be clear,
because of what conservatives have said.
Just to be
over the
clear,
last 8 years.
Destiny,
Here we are.
if it was close members of your family or close friends who had gone to that Donald Trump rally and who'd lost their lives, one did and two are critically ill, wounded, if they had died there, you would lose no sleep over that. Is that your position?
No, of course I would be sad. It would be tragic, of course. And the closer they are to you, the more sad it would be. The same way that if you had a child that, tried to rob a store.
Like, it's incredibly autistic. And then he's like, if you had a child that tried to rob the store, that would be sad. I assume that's what he's about to say. That is not the same at all. That's another thing these people do. They flatten everything out. Everything is the same. Everything is the same. Every moral dilemma is exactly the same fucking thing. Every ethical problem is exactly the same thing as some ridiculous fucking parallel I'm going to draw. That would not be the same.
Store and the child got killed by the police. That would also be tragic and
sad.
sad.
You wouldn't think fuck them because they're your family.
Because he just said a kid that tried to rob the store, right? What about people that are just think differently than you that go to a political rally? How is that at all analogous? He's drowning. I think he knows too. He knows that he looks like a dipshit. That's why he's spurging out.
Family, then you'd have a different rule for your own loved ones.
Would I feel more upset if a person very close to me died rather than a person farther away from me died? Yeah, I think the answer there is yes.
Yeah, but you weren't just not. You weren't just,
anything.
just to be clear, you weren't just not upset by the death of that firefighter who'd given great service as a firefighter to his country. You were gleeful and you said, "Fuck him, fuck him."
I'm not. It's
Would
not
you
about
say
being gleeful.
fuck
It's
them?
about
I'm not. Oh, do you have to own your shit, Destiny? Oh, that's tough, dude. It's almost like, oh, what happens? What happens when you go into unfriendly waters every once in a while that aren't on your show, where you can just like stomp away mad and be like, I can't even talk to these people. I'm telling you, you should go out there and look. There's some wild shit from over the weekend. He did some spaces. I think most of it's on his YouTube channel. I didn't really listen to much of it because, like, who wants to fucking listen to this over and over and over again? But it's out there.
If it was your family and
it's
friends.
because it was a Trump supporter.
I would say that if they go to a rally like this and they support an insurrectionist president and something happens to them, I would feel sad on a personal level because they're my parents. But again, I learned from them more than anyone else. I grew up in Nebraska. You learn that if you mess around and if you do dumb stuff, that there are going to be consequences.
And what
for
do you
that.
think?
If
And what do you
anybody
think?
taught
All
me
right.
that-
And having a different opinion than Destiny and supporting a president that Destiny doesn't like is fuck around and find out. Like, does he even hear himself? Like, really, I honestly do think that, like, his brain broke a little bit. Even he's not this fucking ridiculous normally, but holy shit.
And would you be happy to say, you know what, fuck them about your own
His
parents?
rhetoric is far more dangerous than I've ever heard anything that Donald Trump said, what he's saying right there.
Yeah.
He is saying you should have no empathy or sympathy for your fellow human. You know,
agree.
we can all disagree. We can disagree about...
Dave Rubin's such a retard. Like, he should have said what I just said. Like, actually listen to what he's saying and stop waiting for your turn to talk. Like, respond to what he's saying. You could fucking dismantle him.
Politics, of course, we can
No, we
even
can't just
disagree about how the
disagree
media
about politics.
frames things and
This is
everything
the
else.
illusion-
But
this
he's
is the
basically saying
delusional
show
statements
up,
that conservatives
show
make.
up to a rally and get killed, and that is absolutely psychotic. I'm sorry. And you know, the other part of this that's strange when people are calling for unity right now is if this had happened to Joe Biden, if Joe Biden had been shot at and had part of his ear blown off, the very people calling for unity right now would be calling for the rest of us to be put in jail. So there's a strange asymmetry there as well.
And I would ask,
Yeah, it's been very funny to see all the politicians and pundits who, call Trump an authoritarian fascist and the end of democracy suddenly being like, speedy recovery, sir. Oh, yes, speedy recovery. I would never in 1,000 years think of something like this. Come on now.
The strange asymmetry was Biden trying to make a phone call to the wife of the killed firefighter and her rejecting the call and Donald Trump not even reaching out. Okay, that's the asymmetry. When you talk about it's just politics,
He doesn't owe them that at all. Why would he? Why would she? Why would she? Why would she take a call from a fucking guy who doesn't even know what the fuck is going on? What's the point? And apparently she did it in honor of her husband. Her husband's, was a hardcore, I think Republican, hardcore Trump guy at the very least. And she said, well, he wouldn't have liked if I had accepted that call, so I didn't. So good for her. It's almost like people have loyalties outside of whatever fantasy fucking theater everybody wants to put on, pretending like they give a shit for 10 seconds.
this is the cancerous brain rot that conservatives have fooled everybody into thinking. It's not just politics to think that vaccines will kill you. Okay, I've got 3 dead family members from COVID. My mom won't get a vaccine. Okay, after both of them were in the military, these guys went up and down.
I'm not vaccinated. Thank God. Nobody in
Don't worry,
this
we can
studio
all
is
tell. We
vaccinated.
can all
Thank
tell.
God.
My parents went up and down a line when they did basic training for the Air Force. They got 20, 30 vaccines each. My dad has a vaccine injury.
Exactly. Again, another example. Everything is the same. Everything is the same. My parents were in the military. They got all sorts of vaccines. What does that have to do with this vaccine specifically? Are you not allowed to have questions about the efficacy of something that was just invented? It's something else, man. It's something else. I don't understand why people give dudes like this the time of fucking day. But here we are. I'm part of the problem. I'm not going to lie.
Shoulder, and the idea of not getting vaccinated was unconscionable to them until the conservatives spread these messages that are just politics.
Let me ask you this, Destiny. Let me ask you this,
The
Destiny.
science has shown that the vaccine actually was one of the worst things you could have done for yourself. Thank God I didn't get vaccinated. I thank God every single day I didn't get vaccinated.
Let's not get. I don't want to get. Look, I don't want to read. I don't want to get back into COVID. I don't want to get back into COVID, right? Hang on, Charlie.
Asymmetry of it all.
Hang on, Charlie. I don't want to get down into COVID again. I want to stick to this story, and I want to ask.
Pierce is all like, Charlie, calm down.
Wait a minute.
You, Destiny, about Elon Musk, who is responded to one X user who was calling for him to demonetize you on the X platform, and he said, "You're right. This is not appropriate content for advertisers because of the offensive tweets you were aiming at Trump supporters." What is your response to Elon Musk?
the same response as it always has been. Elon Musk is a thinly veiled, I would say, like anti-woke, anti-SJW, basically right-wing supported guy. And if you say things that they don't like, of course they'll demonetize you, they'll cancel you. Conservatives are some of the least principled.
That has been happening to conservatives on the right for years. This very thing that he's describing. And because there's a platform that isn't run by a bunch of woke assholes, and I don't really know much about Elon Musk, and I have no idea if he's a good guy or not, but at the very least, he's not a woke asshole. And suddenly we have a problem with that. I thought, doesn't he have a right to run his site and his business however he sees fit, right? Isn't that what everybody said? Hey, listen, man, you can say whatever you want. Doesn't mean you can say it here, though. Isn't that what we've been hearing for fucking years? Like it's like some targeted thing. The shit that goes on X. Are you kidding me? Like, it's pretty wild out there. It's like Twitter circa 2014. It's pretty wild on X right now. So the idea that suddenly, oh, this is a problem, conservatives are the least principled people. It's like, no, man, maybe at some point people are going to be like, well, if these are your rules, I guess we're going to have to play by those rules now. Hopefully he lands on his feet.
People in the universe when it comes to freedom of speech. As soon as they have any power to demonetize or spam report somebody's sponsors or anything like that, of course conservatives will jump onto it. My account also was demonetized, I think in like 12 hours. Thank you very much, Elon Musk. Although I do notice that my docs has been floating around Twitter for 2 days now, and tons of accounts that I've been reporting that haven't been banned yet. But
I hate to tell you this, but doxing is not illegal. It might be against terms of service, but it's actually not illegal. You can post people's address and there's really nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. Honestly.
But I'm glad we got our priorities straight there.
Again, here's what I think we're all struck by. Your position seems to be that anyone from Donald Trump to his supporters who represents their thinking, their ideology,
deserve to die. They deserve it. They have it coming. Fuck around and find out, he said.
Their political views, that if they are killed by an assassin at a rally, then they deserve what's coming to them. And in your words, fuck them. I mean, do you not understand that to most decent Americans and to decent people around the world, that is incredibly offensive and makes you look like a two-faced hypocrite, somebody who wants the other side to behave to a certain level of decency, but is himself incapable of displaying it.
The conservatives don't have it in them to have that level of decency.
So why don't you rise to a higher bar? Why don't you yourself show them the promised land destiny? Show them the way they should be behaving.
Have been doing it for 8 years. There's nothing to be gained there. So instead, we'll just have a laugh instead. When you're asking for this type of decency, you're saying like they did for Pelosi's husband, like they did for BLM people.
Paul Pelosi didn't die. Exactly. Thank you, Pierce. Thank you. He didn't die. And again, I have to say, not the same fucking thing. Not the same implication. Completely fucking different. And you are drowning if you're bringing up that shit.
People like they did for the endless. He didn't die, but he got the crap beat out of him with a hammer, and they made jokes about his
and by the way,
lover.
The jokes were disgusting. Why can't you say the same thing about the people?
I don't know, Pierce. I would have to say I think that event was a little odd. Okay?
Making mockery of Trump. Why do you join the mob?
It's not just the jokes. It's the underlying substantive analysis as well. It's the lack of responsibility for January 6th. It's the lack of responsibility for the Gretchen plot. It's the lack of accountability.
The lack of accountability for the Gretchen plot, the Gretchen Whitmer plot, the one that has been kind of revealed to be completely astroturfed by the FBI. You mean that one? Just, you got to keep up with the news cycle, Destiny. I know you like to talk about Israel and Palestine all the time, but you got to keep up. You got to keep up if you're going to be out there representing, the left, the dirtbag left. You got to be better at what you're doing, pal. Okay?
Accountability for all the comments made about BLM protesters, George Floyd, for all of these.
By your yardstick.
He's like a blue anon person. He just drank that fucking Kool-Aid right down. All the things that he's mentioning. There are all of these weird shit that has tons of nuance and complications. Even George Floyd himself, who died of a fentanyl overdose because he ate a bag of fucking drugs and then wigged out. And we all had to live through it because some fucking degenerate piece of shit who had held a gun to a woman's stomach. We're all supposed to give a fuck? Oh, St. George. Jesus Christ, dude.
What the Republicans should do in response is simply say, fuck all of them. Fuck them all. Who cares?
Pierce, that's what you're not understanding. Pierce, listen to me. This is what you're not understanding. You keep bringing this up to me, like, well, Destiny, if you act like this, aren't conservatives just going to do?
Back your
and then you
words
say
to
a
you.
thing, but they've done this for 8 years.
Right. So
they're
the
going
other
to
side
continue
is
to do it.
the other side is horrendous. Therefore, I'm going to be even more horrendous. It's so unprincipled.
That's the horrendous part about the conservatives isn't just the rhetoric. It's the underlying factual denial of reality. That's the huge issue. That's the big bad
Let me
part.
bring Charlie.
Yeah, like that all elections are secure, safe and secure, that the vaccine was totally above board. Yeah, you know, just crazy stuff, you know?
Let me bring Charlie back to respond to that. Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the opposite. I think that, Destiny, you are completely fueled solely off of emotion, whereas I think that, I'll say conservatives, even though I think that it spans past conservatives.
Hey, Corey.
I was thinking about you.
When they look at the facts of the summer of BLM, the BLM movement as a whole, January 6th, this assassination attempt, when you look at the facts, things unfold before your eyes and they reveal themselves to be actually what they are. There's a lot of evidence that has come forth since all of these events in the past have occurred. And they have shown that exactly what conservatives were saying were absolutely correct. Just like the assassination attempt on Saturday, we look at what went wrong. We look at not only was this one rooftop unguarded, but how did the gunman know that the rooftop was unguarded? Why was it that local law enforcement alerted the Secret Service moments before shots were fired?
There it is.
He's like, there it is. Yep. They're going against the official narrative of just a bunch of just dogged civil servants doing what they could. And you guys just want to shit all over them. Oh, my God. But fuck that fireman who was protecting his family, though. I mean, he fucked around. He found out.
There is actually a very good question.
Do you think January 6th, do you think J6 was a false flag?
I think January 6th, there's a lot of discussions to be had. I think there's a lot of facts that came forward. They're definitely.
I will never give sympathy to this side. These guys are destroying the country. Dude.
Destiny.
There were agents.
They're destroying the country. What, worse than it's already being destroyed with your boy in office and his fucking the puppet president with Obama's fucking cabinet? Give me a break.
Hang on.
There were agents present. We know for a fact.
Destiny, here's your problem
there
with me.
There were agents present on January 6th. We saw the tourists being ushered into the Capitol building. They're being treated like terrorists. And in fact,
no, dude, like if you open the door and you say, hey, come in. Yes, that's called being ushered in. There is video evidence of this. I hate to break it to you. There's video evidence of them giving the base shaman or whatever the fuck his name is around the building. Yes. It happened. You know it did.
In fact, several months ago, Vivek Ramaswamy said it's only fair that we're able to have a decent conversation about all of this.
Okay, let me say
and in fact, we're not able to have a conversation about any of it.
Suddenly, free speech warrior Destiny suddenly has a problem with people saying things that he doesn't like. He's like, you guys are destroying the country.
Like you.
Let me just say what I think about January 6th, because I wrote it at the time and I believe it today. I thought it was a shameful attack on the heart of American democracy. It was an attempt to thwart democracy taking place. It should never have happened. Everyone involved in any violent act that day was utterly shameful. Donald Trump's rhetoric that day was appalling. All those things are completely true, Destiny. I can happily subscribe to that.
Neither of your other guests.
But here's the thing.
Who cares? He's talking to you.
Neither of these guests agree with that.
But if I'm a Republican,
Pierce, you understand, Pierce,
but if I'm a Republican, but here's the thing,
Destiny.
Destiny. If I'm a Republican listening to you, I'm thinking, hang on. This guy thinks we're all disgusting. We're reprehensible. We have no empathy. We have no this, no that.
Absolutely,
and yet he himself is proud of being even more disgusting.
Not absolutely. And then I would say, wow, well, nothing has changed from since before COVID, before the vaccines, before J6, when they thought the election was stolen, when they thought that we were forced into lockdowns for no reason, when they thought that George Soros and the world.
That we were forced into lockdowns for no reason, which ended up coming out to be kind of true, Destiny. Like, you know, everybody I think was on board for like 14 days, 2 weeks. All right, we got to come together. We got to do this. And then they just tried to make it never fucking end. What are you talking about? Or at the very least, go way beyond its necessity. He knows this.
World Economic Forum and the IMF banks and everybody were taking over the country, and the Federal Reserve was devaluing our currency. Like, it's all the same. Nothing has changed.
Let me ask you
Yes, all those things are true.
this.
I'm curious. Wait, can you ask
one
these two
last
guys?
question,
Do they agree with
Destiny.
any part? Do they
One
agree
last
with
question
any
for
part of
you.
your characterization of J6?
Destiny, one last question for you. Are you pleased that Donald Trump got shot?
Am I pleased? No,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
What is your emotion to the shooting?
My emotion is emotionally what? In terms of his personal health, is absolute indifference.
No. Do you condemn the shooter shooting Donald Trump?
No. Not here, not on this program, not in front of these people. Absolutely
You do not condemn a deranged
Not in front of these
shooter
people.
shooting
You are
Donald
truly
Trump.
just a child. This is not.
Actually,
this
it's
is not
not.
a
No,
competition
you know
here.
what,
We're
Charlie?
just trying to be decent human
You know what,
beings.
Charlie? It's not actually the behavior of a child. It's the behavior of somebody who's completely lost his moral compass and any sense of decency.
You're right. A child wouldn't.
And I'm going to go to Dave Rubin. Dave, let me let Dave Rubin respond to what you've just heard from Destiny.
I mean, it's actually one of the most disgusting things that I've ever heard in my life. My entire staff in my studio right now all gasped at that. When I happened to be at Target, the store Target, we were checking out when I saw it on Twitter, and my heart actually sank. And I know that that is the feeling of probably 200 plus, if not 300 plus million Americans, even many of whom would vote against Trump and do not like Trump and all of those other things. The idea that you can't show sympathy or empathy for that is so profoundly sad. I would also add one other thing here, which is that the reason you're so emotive and screaming beyond the Red Bull, and dude, just ease up, man, it's not healthy for your heart, is that you really don't have good arguments. So you're petulant and screaming as opposed to just trying to work things out. We're allowed to ask questions about these things, but I would hope that you would try, as Piers is pointing out, instead of always reaching for the lowest common denominator and they're bad, so I'll be worse. I would hope that we could try to be a little bit better than that. And by the way, I think that you're seeing that right now at the Republican National Convention. They're not going crazy over all of this. They're applauding the fact that Trump's there. They're rallying around the new VP choice. And I think you're going to see a wide swath of America that maybe didn't come out for Trump before and they're not traditional conservatives.
I totally agree.
I think you're going to see them support Trump.
I totally agree. And I would say to you, Destiny.
Nothing is more
I would say to
emblematic of
you,
the situation
Destiny.
than the fact that the VP choice is a guy who's also said that Donald Trump is like Hitler.
Yeah,
I
would
think it's
say
perfect.
Yeah, he did that back in 2016. He's recanted several times. I think people are allowed to change their opinions. And also the way that J.D. Vance has, has done his job over the past few years, it's been pretty good. He's been pretty solid in his positions. He doesn't mince words. I can appreciate him on that level. Honestly, I don't really have much of an opinion about him, though, so.
Cherry on
He's
top to everything.
apologized for it and said he got it wrong.
Yeah, I would say this to you, Destiny. Lester Holt asked Joe Biden last night, has he had any soul searching? Right? I think after this debate, you may want to just go away quietly and think about some of the answers you've given and think about the double standard of demanding a certain pattern of behavior from others that you do not sign up to.
Standards
And
in American
you may or may
discourse.
not take
There
my
are no more
advice.
standards.
You may or may not take my advice. I'm just saying, on reflection, you might conclude that the best way to
Look how jittery he is. He's like just bouncing constantly. He's all hopped up on fucking Adderall and Red Bull. I got to go read a bunch of Wikipedia articles after this, guys. I'm very smart.
Persuade other people to behave in a better way is not to behave in an utterly degrading way yourself. That's all.
I think deleting a YouTube channel only takes one click, Destiny.
Right.
Yeah, right after you, Dave.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. Oh, hold on. Holy shit. I just got a message from Destiny's son. He sent that from all the way from Nebraska, where he lives and where Destiny's is not. Because, a streamer needs to be as far away from his child as humanly possible. But anyways, guys, it's been a fun show. I got to go to bed. I really do. It's 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hope to see you guys around. We got a couple more streams this week. Tomorrow night, we're watching Oliver Stone's JFK Director's Cut. That should be a lot of fun. And then on Thursday, Jeremy returns to Goes to the Movies Live. We're going to talk all about his experiencing his experiences. Sorry, it's late. Directing his first movie, Sharp End of a Buck Knife, and we're going to review Maxine and Longlegs. So if you're into movies and shit like that, we'll be around. Usually starts around 9:30ish. So I hope to see you guys there. But without further ado, good night.
Won't you lend your lungs to me? Mine are collapsing. Plant my feet and bitterly breathe up the time that's passed. Breath I'll take and breath I'll give. Pray the day's not poised. Stand among the ones that live in lonely indecision. Fingers walk the darkness down. Mine is on the midnight. Gather up the gold you found, you fool, it's only moonlight. And if you stop to take it home, your hands will turn to butter. Better leave this dream alone, try to find another. Salvation sat and crossed herself and called the devil partner. Wisdom burned upon a shelf, who'll kill the raging cancer. Seal the river at its mouth, take the water prisoner. Fill the sky with screams and cries, bathe in fiery answers. Jesus was an only son and love his only concept. With strangers crying foreign tongues and dirty up the doorstep. And I for one and you for two ain't got the time for outside. Keep your injured looks to you, we'll tell the world that we tried.